Hello, Autonomy. Welcome to this week's Do It Live broadcast podcast here for this December 16th, 2023. This is your host here, your host with the most, Big Sexy, Doc Rock. We're trying to get back to the controls of the Starship Flipside. We're trying to reach that gigantic starship that's still parked over there on the dark side of the moon. So we'll figure out ways to get it recalled here so I can beam aboard and continue bringing the world's best radio show, which has been parked since 2012, believe it or not. But this has been such an amazing experience, folks. Putting this together, I conceived of an idea, a way to present this. That's really entertaining and informative, and also gets us through the highlights of the week in maybe different ways than we've done before. So I've reached out to different members of the community, and I've got some great interviews pre-recorded that gives us some extra spotlight on them and their projects and their knowledge and their methods. And along with me this week, my co-pilot, Shanna, has done so much amazing work. I'm just completely blown away at how helpful she's been, how much talent she has. It's been such a blessing to have Shanna helping me get this ready this week. Thank you so much, Shanna.
Thank you.
And so I used to host the world's best radio show, The Flipside, right here in this local market, starting in March of 1998, running to about July the 11th of 2012. It was here on it was a local community radio station, actually a French radio station, but they did want some English shows. So I heard there was an opening and I applied. I wanted to do hard rock show because that's my fave. 70s and 80s hard rock, classic metal, melodic stuff, not the vomit vocal stuff. And so I've always have a sort of a hunger to sort of be a performer. So the next thing after that was like a little bit of a band project that didn't go anywhere, but did end up writing the best couple of heavy metal albums of all time. And maybe we can bring back some of it because some of the songs do relate to stuff that we cover here in Autonomy and Grand Theft World type stuff. Yeah, and so at the start of every show, I would always have an opening song selected to indicate a love for rock and roll or a love for my audience. So I prepared something special here, along with my good old buddy Alice Cooper, and I actually used this song a few times for opening numbers through the years on the Flipside. But we've got a special version cooked up here, and it's coming at you right here, thanks to Shauna, on Do It Live.
We're doing it live, Autonomy. Woo!
How's that for a little stinger to end it all?
Loved it.
Hope you like
Absolutely
that.
loved the song. Loved it.
Oh yeah, it's a great song. I think it's a great to our oh, okay. I just got a mixed signal there on that. Anyway, yeah, it's a great way to start this week's Do It Live. It's opened a few episodes of the flip side. It's a great welcome to your audience.
Because right now,
So apparently back in the Billion Dollar Babies tour, when this song came out, they would use that as the opening song for the concert for the Alice Cooper tour that year. And from what I've read, Alice would come out stumbling drunk as he was singing the start of the song. And people thought they were getting ripped off. They were going to get a horrible show. And then he would come to life when he started singing that bit with "I'm So Strong" and everything. He would just come to life and become Alice Cooper and put on a great show. So yeah, hello, hooray! Hope you enjoyed that. That surprised me with how long it took to put that together last night. That's why I missed most of the lecture last night working on that, because it's actually maybe it's where I'm like sort of new at CapCut, but like getting the effects in and trying to time them in certain ways and everything. There was actually a thought to where the effects would go in and everything. So I hope you liked it. It certainly felt really good to me to bring out all the different facets of the autonomy community. If somebody who was not there, it's not because of any reason. It's just I grabbed as many assets and screen grabs in the past week and a bit as I could as I went along. So I'm not playing any favorites or anything like that. Don't you worry about that, because I love everybody. Anybody have any feedback on that opening?
well, just to add to what I said, it was inspirational. Your edits.
Yeah.
I loved all the effects that it had. And yeah, and Jasmine here, my nephew's daughter, also had enjoyed the song. So
Yeah, I think it's a great way to start, and I think it really celebrates our community and autonomy. Like it's to bring that positive message, and a great opening. So what do we got on the plate? Okay, so let's see. We're going to cut right to a great interview that I had earlier this week. So I reached out to different people in autonomy. I wanted to get more, but really this show was already jam packed. So I do have 6 great interviews, and so this is from one of my favorite shows that comes out through autonomy, and that's Me and the Magic Bullet. So Tim was very gracious to actually grant me most of his lunchtime at his work on I think it was Monday. It was Monday or Tuesday, and he was very graciously sacrificed his lunch basically for Do It Live. He only had a half-hour lunch, and I basically talked to him the whole time, and we got the interview is not a half hour, but so, and along with this, I've got a little slice of Me and the Magic Bullet as well. So so I think it's just one of those shows that should have more people checking it out, because he delivers some really great information with all the research he does. So here we go, Tim Flynn interview. Hey, Autonomy. Hope you're enjoying this week's episode of Do It Live. Earlier this week, I had a great little interview with Tim Flynn, and we're about to present that, but I thought it'd be a great idea to give you a little snippet of his weekly show here on Autonomy every Sunday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, Me and the Magic Bullet. So I'm going to give you a little taste of it. This is from episode 71, The Church Committee. And it's right here on Autonomy. Do it live.
All right, so let's get to it. In 1975, they formed up this church committee. And what was happening was this was right after Watergate when Nixon resigned, and people started to get concerned about what was happening with domestic CIA operations. And the church committee was formed 1975 by Frank Church, and it was supposed to investigate the domestic operations of the Central Intelligence Agency, the National Security Agency, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Internal Revenue Service. And it was dubbed the Year of Intelligence because they were trying to look into abuses. And there was a House committee, the Pike Committee, and a presidential Rockefeller Commission. If you can imagine a Rockefeller Commission sitting over the top, investigating the domestic intelligence agencies, then that tells you a little bit about the Fox investigating the hen house as usual. Some interesting things did come out, and this is pretty a famous scene during the testimony where they talked about the CIA's heart attack gun, and they created this gun that was fired a ice crystal that could cause a heart attack. And they were talking about it and in the session, and then they had to go to committee. But here's Frank Church showing the heart attack gun in the testimony. Now, if they could create a heart attack gun, do you think that they could also create something that could cause cancer? Because I know a couple people that died of a fast acting cancer. Now here's Mae Brussell, who died in 8 weeks. Dave McGowan, I think he was roughly 8 weeks as well. And then I had a really neat picture of Jack Ruby up here, but it wouldn't load. And he also died in about 8 weeks. So do you think that if they could create a heart attack gun, that they could also deliver cancer to anybody that they wanted to as well? I'm guessing that's possible. All right. So the most shocking revelations of the Church Committee from 1975 were that Operation MK Ultra existed, and that unwitting U.S. citizens were experimented on. Also, COINTELPRO, surveillance and infiltration of American political and civil rights organizations, and the Family Jewels, which were destroyed, which was a CIA program to covertly assassinate foreign leaders. And it also unearthed this Project Shamrock, which we'll talk a little bit more about down the road, and the existence of the Signals Intelligence Program, or Signals Intelligence Agency, its existence for the first time in 1975. So Mae was covering these things back in 1975.
Was that it? Did I hit it at the right spot?
Lucky enough now to have a few minutes to talk to Tim Flynn.
There's another 7 minutes.
I see it. Sorry about that.
It's okay. We're doing it live. Woo!
I heard the noise and I got excited.
Yeah, there's an audio cue. I'm lucky enough now to have a few minutes to talk to Tim Flynn, the host of Mae and the Magic Bullet on Sunday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern, I think.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Dean. I appreciate it.
Thank you for taking time, Tim. I really appreciate it myself. You're a very, very busy guy. And we had another great episode of Mae and the Magic Bullet last night. And can you tell us just quickly how Autonomy has helped you on this road?
Yeah, it's it's hard to do quickly because there's been so much benefit from autonomy. And I think as a introvert, being introduced to producing, and I've always kind of been a consumer of Richard's work and a lover of history, and I hate to be lied to, so I like to understand what's going on in the world and what's happened in the world. And so listening to Richard's material, getting in touch with the Peace Revolution podcast, and then getting involved in autonomy and learning how to move from consumption to production as kind of an introvert, and having that kind of fear-free culture of excellence, opportunity to present and learn how to produce within the autonomy community has been really invaluable to me over the years.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just blown away at how much I'm learning and the skills I'm picking up and the improvement I'm seeing. Could you quickly, could you summarize what goes into preparing an episode of Me and the Magic Bullet?
Well, I think was it Dolly that said that, when somebody complained about him charging a couple $100 for his 15-minute drawing or his 5-minute drawing or 30-second drawing or whatever. I mean, there's kind of a lifetime of research that goes into preparing for it, but in general or in practice, I listen to an episode and I try to pick out something interesting from the episode. And then I research that for, anywhere from, 4 to 10 hours, just depending on how much time I have, and try to make the connections of what was happening back in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, of the political corruption, political assassinations, and tie that back to, in some degree, what's happening today. And so I try to find, I use a Miro board, and then I use Zoom as my tools. I do research and I put photos and quotes and references on the Miro board. And then we go through a visual as well as just a I tell a story of what May was talking about. She packs so much information into an hour, and I try to peel it back to the next level as well as summarize and make additional connections. And then we have a 20-minute or a half-hour discussion amongst the group after a presentation. And my original thought was that I could have this online whiteboard and everybody could contribute to the whiteboard all of their thoughts and all of their resources. But that just became kind of difficult to coordinate. So it became more of a presentation and then discussion. And I've been fortunate enough to have a really great group of autonomy supporters come and have a wealth of discussion after the presentation. And I'm just amazed and really love having people bring their point of view and their experiences and their understanding of history to the discussion. And it's kind of like, the Peace Revolution podcast was the start, and then Richard's work, and I wanted to participate, right? And I want to do history. Like, I want to produce, I want to have a roundtable, I want to have a discussion. I just don't want to listen, right? I want to be part of the action.
Okay, that's beautiful. I really like that. And that after show discussion, there's a lot of gold in that. That really is amazing what people bring to that. And of course, we find that too with Movie Night Madness. The after show discussion is quite amazing. Could you give us a sort of idea of what this Sunday's episode is going to entail?
Well, we've kind of progressed through Watergate and into 1975, and our last episode was discussing all of the troubles that May had gone through personally to produce her show. And her daughter was killed, and she'd been harassed, and her car was burned up 3 or 4 times, and they opened a surveillance house across the street from her, and she had her luggage stolen and all of her documents destroyed when she was visiting Jim Garrison. So it's kind of a pivotal time. It's right after Watergate, and the church committee was about to start up, which was the House Committee on Assassinations. She'll probably pick up when she comes back online in early 76, see what's happening in the world, and kind of crack into
what was happening in 1976. So I was, 9 years old back in 1976, and my parents had the news on. And that's one of the things that I love is that May is reinterpreting the news, the mainstream media that we heard. So we heard the propaganda, and now we're kind of getting to, okay, what was behind that? What was the real story? Who were the real players? What was really going on? And how is that connected, all the way back to 1945 and to the Kennedy assassination, all the other assassinations that were happening during that time? What was the goals of these groups? Who was in charge of executing these crimes? And how does that game play out today? Like, how does that project forward into what we're experiencing now? So I don't know exactly what the show is going to be on Sunday, but I'm excited about digging into it, and hopefully my passion shows through when we get together.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. And I hope everybody enjoying this interview right now will check it out Sunday night at 7 p.m. Eastern time. Looking forward to it, Tim.
Yeah, and you can find the link on the events page in the Circle app, and anybody can, DM me and I can connect you if you need to. And thank you, Dean, for doing this interview and letting me promote the show.
Thank you so much, Tim. I really appreciate you taking some time out of your day for this. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Of course.
There we go. Okay, so that was the first interview I cut together with all the different bumpers and everything. And so we'll go to a more regular sort of like opening sting and ending sting for the interviews, as you'll see as we progress. And I got better with using the software. So by all means, folks, please go and check out May and the Magic Bullet. It's Sunday evenings on your Autonomy event calendar. Lots of amazing, mind-blowing information comes out through that each and every week. I always look forward to that. It's like the cornerstone. Well, next to Grand Theft World, it's cornerstone of my Sunday evening tradition. Yeah, so one of the big questions that we all have, and we had it in the blueprint call coming into Autonomy, is how did you discover Autonomy? What was your way in? What compelled you to go through the obstacle course and everything? And for years, I've consumed a lot of different alternative media, there for a while with the InfoWars stuff and some other YouTubers who have just completely disappeared after the big wave of censorship, or people that I just find hard to find now. So there was like a gray area after I stopped with the Alex Jones, because he was just too far into the Trump cult. It was insane. So I walked away from InfoWars. It was just such nonsense, right? After a while, I think one of the last things I remember on that was Ron Paul was on as a guest, and this was around the time North Korea was in the news, and the media was trying to pump the fear over North Korea, and Alex Jones suddenly tries to get Ron Paul to say that we should do a first strike, a nuclear strike on North Korea. Like, this was insane. And Ron Paul said to him, you know what, you're starting to sound like a neocon, like utter insanity. So I've since been looking for more sort of evidence and fact-based media. So I did eventually discover Jay Dyer. I thought his analysis of the globalist book series has always been amazing since I've discovered it. And I think I found Jay by mistake. I was trying to think about, how did I find Jay Dyer? And I might have been searching for Jay Myers. That was the guy giving all the Illuminati in Hollywood videos that was kind of sort of big on YouTube for a little while, and I think I found Jay by accident. But nevertheless, anyway, so after listening to Jay Dyer for a few years, eventually Richard Grove comes on to a 2-part Jay Dyer on YouTube. And I was blown away. I was in awe. I was impressed at my first look that I can remember of Richard Grove, his book room and his book cam. I was just flabbergasted at one of my favorite guys, Jay Dyer, and Richard Grove. It was a meeting of the minds. It was what an exchange of information and sharing to people. Nothing, here is the book. Here is stuff from the book. There's none of this. I've read the white papers, right? I've got the documents. These guys are showing it, right? They're putting us in the right direction. So I've got a clip picked out for you for, I guess it's what eventually brought me here, because these 2 episodes of Jay Dyer is what I guess eventually got me here. That got me into Richard Grove's content. I was so impressed. Like, I watched these 2 episodes twice, which I rarely do with any of this sort of media content. So we've got the cue here now for Jay Dyer and Richard Grove.
What are a couple that you think, like I always tell people, if you can get a hold of something like Miles Copeland's Game of Nations, that's a classic one, because people overlook that. They think, oh, he's just like a CIA operative. What's he going to say that's interesting? Well, he actually ends the book talking about how everything that they were doing in Syria and Egypt was to integrate it into the global order according to the plan of Bertrand Russell.
Mhm.
So here you have this random CIA operative's, narrative of what he was doing in his operations, and it's all part of the same plan. So what are a couple books, Rich, if you would, that you recommend that probably a lot of people don't know about?
Do you have a specific part of the spectrum in mind?
Anything that you think. Like, I'm just kind of looking at my shelf and I'm saying, probably a lot of people haven't read Game of Nations. Probably a lot of people didn't read Soldiers of Reason. Probably a lot of people didn't read, Kessler's Ghost in the Machine. Anything like that you think would be, like, if you were to say, like, what are the key, we know about Tragedy and Hope, we know about Anglo-American establishment. What do I need to be aware of?
All right. So what you need to be aware of is, once upon a time, America fought against Britain and we separated. And then they had a plan that they tried to take us back in 1812 and burn the White House, and that didn't work militarily. And then slowly, during the 1800s, they go and focus on subjugating India and China with the opium trade. And then they come back over here in the 20th century and they refocus from Conan Doyle coming up with the idea and publishing it, to Cecil Rhodes codifying it and leaving a last will and testament to fund, bringing America back into the British Empire and creating the Rhodes Scholars, and other various groups like the Pilgrim Society was a legacy group, the Council on Foreign Relations, Bilderberg, Trilateral, World Economic Forum. They're all working groups in that same, what you were just saying. And so they were playing something traditionally called the Great Game. And then that was with the German royal family, the Russian royal family, they're cousins basically. Mm-hmm. But then they wore them all out through World War I, no more of them. So they got to get strong with their, ex-cousin or sibling, or however you want to describe it, America. That's the new Great Game. That's where guys like Miles Copeland come in, because he's part of the OSS turned CIA. And all they did was British intelligence led the Americans around by the nose. And they're like, here's how to do everything. And they were masters of spycraft. And they mastered that, not in the 20th century, but in the 1700s and 1800s with the East India Company and the Rhodes Diamonds guys and those types of kind of black market outside of the spectrum of fairness and law and jurisdiction. It was just pillage and plunder and slavery, and those types of things were giving them a lot of power behind the scenes. The British people were fine with that, because this happened in China, it's happening in India, it's happening in Africa, wherever this is going on. But the Copeland bunch, they start America really. So you can look at Rhodes's buddy Kipling in 1898, who writes The White Man's Burden and says America should be not isolationist and get into the Spanish-American War, which America did. So a similar thing happens 50 years later during World War II, where Copeland's part of this team, and he's one of the bridge guys
of the Anglo-American establishment. He's like, I don't know if he was X2 on the American side or, if he was part of the double cross system on the British side, but they have, I'll explain that infrastructure in a second. But basically what the British were getting us to do was go into these countries and do overthrows and learn how to do assassinations and, replace the rulers, because they wanted us to become the new property managers of the British Empire. And they had to go around and show us how to do that. So we're in Afghanistan today. It's the longest war in American history. The British had a first, a second, and a third Anglo-Afghan war over there, man. They've been at it for a long time. Now we're just like the front lines. And then there, you could even look at older monarchies behind the British, like the Dutch and some of the other ones in the Northern Europe that have been around a little bit longer and had these things set up even earlier and kind of handed that power off to the British at some point. So there's a royalty layer that believes in, slavery and might makes right. And then there's a group of people around that support that historically, and it's multi-generational. And what you're talking about around World War II, what are the most important books and all of that? I got some. I'd start with Ian Fleming, this guy here.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Right. Let's see if I
Yeah.
can get that zoomed
Andrew
in.
Elijah.
Right. So then I got the double cross. This one you got to read. William Stevenson, about William Stevenson. So a man called Intrepid, but his name's William Stevenson, but it's not the same William Stevenson who's writing the book. So that one's a little confusing, but
Right.
these are all the same thing. Double cross, the double cross system. The irregulars right here. This is one I just recommended to Corbett because this is the British spy ring in America.
Right, in America.
And they're doing assassinations. So when you get into how did OSS get created, how did CIA get created, and you get a whole bunch of documents, and some of these things say that like Ian Fleming helped to draw up the blueprints for the CIA, and it was like that close. I know that Camp David used to be an assassination training camp. I know that Fleming and these guys went to Camp X, which was assassination training camp over the border in Canada. They were acting against Americans during wartime. So the special relationship and all that entails, the destroyers for bases, and basically in the 20s after World War I, they did a lot of changing our history books to make it more pro-British and British friendly. And that was like the Hands Across America movement. And that's what the Pilgrim Society and those groups were trying to do to ameliorate themselves to America. And they changed their name to a Commonwealth. So it wasn't an empire anymore. They got this Commonwealth. And that was, I think, Lionel Curtis, Columbia
Lionel
lectures.
Curtis, exactly.
Yeah.
The Commonwealth of God.
Yeah, exactly. So any of the books in that area that start to help illustrate, but the guy, William Stevenson, this guy here, he was the top British spy in America, running guys like Wild Bill Donovan. So the creation, and his name's probably not even really William Stevenson because he had a dark. So just like Wild Bill Donovan he had like a whole bunch of different families and names, and he was a pretty out there dude. He wasn't your average human being going around doing that type of spycraft. Same thing with Stevenson, the man they called Intrepid. And they were housed in Rockefeller Center. They were put up there by Nelson Rockefeller. So like the Anglo-American establishment was together on that whole thing, pushing us in the war.
About Rockefeller's next, exactly.
Yeah, for sure. But the fact that the British were able to come over and have that much, and that GCHQ is 50 years ahead of NSA at any given time, and they were tapping the transatlantic cable back in the day, and all, so it was interesting to learn. And also I did similar reading on the Soviet system too, but that's all Western banker kind of created and funded too.
Right.
So I know your buddy Mark does all that research on the Soviets.
Yeah,
right?
Hackers is pretty solid on that. Three of the
That was the end of the clip.
No. Oh yeah. Okay. That was there was no bumpers on that. I fooled myself waiting for an
Waiting for a
outro bumper. I didn't add any to that clip. Okay. I fooled myself. But so I guess basically it's because of Richard Grove being on Jay Dyer that I eventually ended up here. Of course, checking out Grand Theft World and the amazing episodes, and I did rewatch or re-listen to a couple of episodes of Grand Theft World, especially around the time of the trucker convoy here in Canada. I did actually rewatch a couple of episodes from that time because it was so good.
Oh, goodness, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm having a bit of a problem. Give me just 1 second. Here,
Okay, so
stop
we'll
it
just
with the
keep.
screen. Give me just 1 second.
Okay.
The
Yep,
control
don't
booth
panic.
is just the control booth. We're doing it live, people. We're doing it live.
Hey, we're doing it live. We're doing it
Control
live
room
here.
is going crazy.
Okay,
We've got
so-
it looks like we have a feed that's breaking through. I'm sorry, I can't control it.
This is White Wine Wolf Spritzer for CNN with breaking news. Santa Claus has been arrested. Sources close to Santa's workshop, definitely not one of the Keebler elves, has confirmed that Santa Claus was arrested after a Department of Justice investigation revealed that Santa Claus has too many hoes. This shocking development also has the Department of Justice investigating Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer for drinking and flying. Christmas could be in doubt this year, folks. This is White Wine Wolf Spritzer for CNN. We'll keep you posted on this story as it develops.
wow, how did they bust in like that?
You know, the cabal. They're always
Yeah,
messing with our feeds.
Yeah, they busted in on Movie Night Madness when we were doing Wag the Dog. Yeah.
That was fun.
Wow. Oh man, we got to keep that mainstream media away. My golly. All right.
I think their ratings went up because
the Trump get caught with hookers again or something. That's the only way they get their ratings. Oh my golly.
Keeping you on your toes, Doc.
Yeah,
Keeping you
that
on
was
your
good.
toes.
You had
Use your
me.
skills, baby.
you had me fooled. That was good. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna screen share for a second, and just gonna quickly go through the week with my folder. All right. So yeah, so let's just take a quick review of the week. You guys see that?
We see it.
So yeah, so we just had the interview with Tim Flynn for Maine the Magic Bullet. So it's Sunday night, 7 p.m. Eastern. I don't think there's much more to say about that after that excellent interview with Tim. Of course, we know about our Grand Theft World. Sunday night, 9 p.m. Eastern. It's the big bad Mamma Jamma if you want to know what's going on and why it's going on. That's what I tell people. This is the show to check it out. Okay, project mindset tips and techniques. So Nimitz is going to talk about this in his interview, which is coming up soon. And the real estate business investment think tank. I think he covers that as well in the interview. Now I'm not seeing what day it is. I think it's Monday. Sorry about that. That is a Monday event, right?
I think it's on Monday. He runs
Yes.
them a couple
Okay.
times.
Monday evening.
Okay, perfect. All right. And again, it's going to be covered in the interview, I think. Movie Night Madness. I kind of like this one myself. So we got that one. That's Monday night, 9 p.m. Sisyphus Jones and Doc Rock teaming up to bring you great movies and great insights on the movies, and quite often linking it up with stuff going on in the real world, real events, real looniness. Some of it can be quite unsettling when you hear about the real world stories attached to some of these things. But we just did Ocean's 11 the last Monday. That was very entertaining, a lot of fun. And we have Princess Bride coming up for Agnieszka's birthday on the next one. in a couple of days. So that's going to be a lot of fun as well. Fun, fun, fun. So please check that out if you haven't already. And I've got an interview coming up later with Ryan where he's going to talk about his new project, Righting Wrongs. And that's on Tuesday nights on your event calendar. So please check that one out, folks. It sounds like it's a really useful new project that Ryan's got out there. And we have Ultimate Production Tutorial. That's on like a morning show and a late in the evening show. So it's accommodates people in different time zones. So that's a Wednesday thing. Facilitated writing session. I think that's, yeah, Wednesday. There you go. Wednesday, 11 p.m., 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. So I only sat in on one of those. I really shouldn't miss any of them, and everybody should check it out. Just go and write a poem, write anything, or just do some work on a project that you're working on. Right? Take what you learned from Ryan and Righting Wrongs, and then the next day go into facilitated writing. Wealth Battle. I was in on one of these. I thought it was quite excellent. It was a lot of great information. And the time I was there, it was hosted by, is his name Kaysen? Something like that. Anyway, he was a really good host, very talented announcer. Yeah. And he's a very talented announcer. I had to compliment him on his announcing and hosting skills. Very, very smooth, very good speaker. And that's a great one to check out, folks. Autonomy Center Stage. So we've got interview with Nimitz coming up on that for the Wednesday night. I think that's a 9 p.m. as well, Eastern. And we got another big interview with Darren Reed coming up as well to talk about the center stage. I recommend everybody check it out. It is quite an amazing project. This one I've never been in. The Sewing Circle Women's Group with Stephanie on Thursdays on your event calendar. So I don't know if any of you ladies watching have gone, or men in Canada have surgically transformed to go to this. But I hear it's good. So check that out with Stephanie. And we have an interview with Miss Agnieszka coming up as well later. So the Copywriting Clinic. She's a copywriting strategist, and she has other very neat projects as well. So we'll be covering that. This one I haven't attended. I was so busy last night getting this ready. Even though I was going to join, I was just so busy. I couldn't. So that being said, I do want to check it out. So I will be checking out future iterations of this very quickly. Has anybody here been to that social media crew meeting? Was anybody there last night? And
Yeah, I was there last night. He's taking students' projects and putting together strategies. So you learn a lot. If you don't have anything to bring, you can sit and listen,
right,
and learn and jump in with your own ideas. And if you do have a project, he'll take whatever strategies you have now and augment them and bump them up, and everybody will work on it together. It's a really great class.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. And of course, we got our Friday night Q&A lecture from Richard Grove, and great Q&A afterward. That's on our Friday night. It's at 9 p.m. Eastern, I think. Real Estate and Business Investment Think Tank. That's with Mr. Nimitz. That's on Saturdays. And of course, Do It Live, which you are checking out right now every Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern. And we got our Sunday Q&A, 12 p.m. Eastern, with Richard Grove and all the great folks with Autonomy. That's always informative, and the breakout rooms are really amazing and fun. And you learn a lot just interacting with the amazing people in Autonomy. And let's see. Oh, this is another center stage. So this is the one that was passed so December 13th. That's a past one, but that was a very neat trailer that Darren made for that. And we'll be hearing more from Darren later. And that's everything. So is there anybody who wants to very quickly summarize anything I might have missed?
Sure, I'll jump in really quick. I'll just mention that on Sunday we talked about turning traffic into sales, and
Okay.
Richard went over it like a machine gun and just fired off all of the different ways to get your product in front of traffic, how to turn the traffic into sales, and all the strategies and all the troubleshooting and things to think about. So it was a really great session on Sunday. A must watch. It took
Oh,
it took
oh, you
all
mean
of
the
the
one
weeks
last
and
night?
brought them together. Oh yes, this was from Sunday.
Oh, or last night?
Oh yeah,
Friday.
Friday, last night. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, I
That's why I was
think it's
confused.
already yet next
Yeah,
week.
we're working like 23 hours a day editing this stuff, folks. So we're a little punch drunk. Yeah. Okay, so okay, so I guess we'll keep going here. So what do we have next up here? Okay, so yeah, I had a great interview with Mike Nimitz, and I call him the pillar of autonomy. That's why I wrote on his title card, pillar of autonomy. Autonomy is thanks to so many people. And here we go. Let's hear from Mike himself.
Hey, Do It Live, folks. We're having a grand little conversation here today with Mr. Michael Nimitz, coming at you from Mexico. And Mr. Nimitz, how are you today?
Doing well. And I don't claim Mexico. I claim Acapulco. I kind of consider it an independent city of the
Okay.
larger governmental, the defunct government of Mexico, if you ask me. But
Okay.
that's a whole
so
other story.
Free state of Acapulco confirmed.
Hoorah.
Oh, yeah. So you are involved with so much in autonomy. I think you're a moderator, you're a autonomy guide as well. Is that right? Or
Yes.
you're very much part of the glue that holds the whole thing together. It's a big sort of team working on that, and you're really so important. We really missed you during the few weeks that you were sort of off the air with the that little thing that happened down there in Acapulco. So could you tell us a little bit about your autonomy journey and how it's helped you?
Yeah, well, I'm definitely a fan of Richard's work. I certainly the Ultimate History Lesson and John Taylor Gatto is definitely somebody that I knew about prior to autonomy. Actually, John Taylor Gatto, the book, The Underground History of American Education, came up while I was still in the construction business, and it was one of the kind of the fundamental realizations of, there's something wrong with the system that I gotta get out of spending all my time working on construction projects and do a little bit of investigating on what the hell is going on in this world. That I just, I dealt with a lot of corporate executives with big construction projects, all throughout the United States. And it was clear to me that, man, there was just, there was a big problem that, people weren't really addressing. It certainly had a lot to do with the monetary system. And, I was interested in that. So I started in season 2. I did get the opportunity to do an interview with Richard, to kind of get into season 2. And man, it was a great interview, man. I have interviewed a lot of people over the years, executives, and I even shook the hand of Dick Cheney at one point when he was Secretary of Defense when I was in the military.
Ooh,
But
yeah, make sure you don't go hunting with them. Don't go hunting with them. Or if you do, wear a bulletproof vest.
But that interview with Richard, it was like the most I just came out of that thing just totally energized. I was like, man, I cannot wait to get into this program. And so, immediately, I think I came in like week 5 of season 2, and I just chewed through all the, I just got all the information. I tried to catch up as quickly as I could. And, my interest was in marketing my own course, which I called Ethical Emergence. And, I did. It improved that course tremendously from that experience. But, the people that were involved with autonomy, the season 2 people, Agnieszka was certainly involved, and of course she's a season 1 person, but she was still involved. And soon after we kicked off Autona Toasters, and we did another thing that was called Raising Excellence, which was like a podcast that we did with Tim Flynn, and I think there were 6 people in total from either season 1 or season 2 that participated in that podcast. But that podcast, I think we did like, I don't know, 150 episodes over like a 2-year period.
Wow.
And that was
Wow.
that was super helpful. Again, it's integrating with a lot of the different people that are within that autonomy community, and ideas being passed back and forth. And man, I learned so much, and I continue to learn so much, and that's certainly why I'm involved. I continue to be involved, is because I see every person that comes into autonomy as as a amazing asset and a resource for knowledge. And I've not been proven wrong. I think everybody is amazing that's in autonomy. So
I agree. I think maybe the most important thing with autonomy is the community. Everybody is really there to help each other, and every project you do, you're learning something new, and you're mixing it up with wonderful people, and developing more skills on top of skills. The way it's all set up. Mike, could you tell us about the projects that you're involved in now in autonomy?
Yeah, well, there's quite a few. As far as things that I do during the week that come up. On Sunday mornings we do the Autona Toasters before the what is typically the regular Q&A. Autona Toasters is kind of a autonomy version of the Toastmasters public speaking groups, and so we encourage people to kind of take a role and and enhance their public speaking skills. It's certainly one of the things that John Taylor Gatto mentions is as far as active skills. Public speaking and writing are 2 of those that they really make a difference. They certainly help people improve. But that's one. And then on Mondays, I do something called PMTNT, which is Project Mindset Tips and Techniques. And that comes off at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time. And what that has kind of worked out is somewhere between a 15 to 30-minute presentation to start off the week. And it's, project management related. It's usually some tip or technique that generally I originate. And sometimes it comes from the Q&A or something that people were discussing that I'm like, that's a little tidbit of information that I want to speak on. But generally, my background is in project management as a construction manager, and I was, very successful at doing that. And so there's a lot of little tips and techniques. I kind of, that project mindset is something that comes out in the what is the David Allen stuff, the Getting Things Done. He talks about the idea that everything is there is no problems, there's just unrealized projects. And so that kind of fits into my methodology and my mindset of it, just kind of putting everything into a project kind of concept. And then later on Mondays, I do what we refer to as the Real Estate and Business Investment Think Tank, which is on Monday afternoons. And generally it's kind of a, I don't know, people that are kind of in the investment mindset, and, certainly for people that are in that mindset, real estate is one of the best investments, or has proven to be one of the best investments. And even in the circumstances that we're in today, it still is, something that everybody has to have a roof over their head. And if you don't understand kind of the real estate market, this is kind of the opportunity to get with some of the expertise that we have within autonomy, and really kind of save yourself a fortune, because real estate in general is something that, consumes probably 30 to 40% of people's lifetime income. And if you know how to manage that, you can turn it into something that's actually an asset that actually delivers income for you, rather than consuming most of your income. And so that's definitely something that we just started this past year, and I think it's really starting to find some legs. But then on Wednesdays I do Center Stage with Darren, and that's something that's also evolved over the years. It started off as something we call leadership, ethics, and organization, and it was an interview process that we interviewed people that were within autonomy, and then we ended up going out and interviewing kind of people outside of autonomy that were executives and stuff, on the topics of leadership, ethics, and organization. And now it's kind of returned back to being something about, kind of the internal ideas of people within autonomy. And as of late, we've been Darren has been kind of focusing on a particular person from the past. I don't know
Yes,
if
indeed.
I guess
Yes,
you
he
interviewed
has.
him, right? And so that's also been an interesting, what I would say is, where we're trying to go with that is really trying to break the mold of what people are kind of been put into as far as boxes are concerned. Is this a good guy or is this a bad guy? In a lot of cases, if he's a bad guy, we just don't listen to any of his ideas. And if he's a good guy, we just take everything he's done as, oh, he's just a, holier than thou kind of thing. And both cases are really things that we need to shatter those concepts, and really just really reevaluate information, that they brought forth. And, that's, currently one of the exercises that we're doing. But Center Stage is also one that is open to, pretty much everybody that's, got an idea within autonomy and wants to take it to the next level.
So if
that's-
somebody on Do It Live right now, listening to Do It Live, they want to bring something forward on the Center Stage,
Mhm.
do they contact yourself or Darren or both?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's kind of one of the things is we'll help you along the way. It might be something where, like, Carlos, for example, one of the presentations that he's making, that's kind of a course that he's developing. He did at Autono Toasters first, and and now he's doing it on. He's actually doing it as part of the Pro Media thing, but it's a Wednesday presentation that, if it goes further, I'm sure he'll end up on Center Stage at some point.
Okay, that would be interesting to see as well.
But then to continue, I I'm involved with a lot of things that go on, as far as other people's projects, and I am a avid supporter of a lot of the the other people that bring content to the table. And so you'll probably find me in a lot of those different things, either regularly or maybe some of the time. But my interest is in promoting this community and the interaction within the group that is the community, because I do feel like that's part of the culture of excellence that that we're trying to bring about within autonomy, is one
Yeah.
in which it's a supportive and caring community.
Yeah,
But
And I think that's the thing. I think maybe the greatest value of autonomy is the community.
yeah,
I think that's the huge value in the lifetime membership. I mean, that's huge. That's what sold it for me. And
Yeah.
then discovering this great community once I got inside it. Awesome, bro.
yeah. Yeah, I can't say enough for a lot of the ideas and discoveries that I've had that really kind of inspire and you know, push me forward and energize me each day are things that, you know, came about through, you know, maybe a presentation on a Toasters or something like that, where someone came up with, you know, or presented an idea that I had never heard about before, but is really kind of fundamental to my understanding of the world. And, you know, to a large degree, I had a kind of a theory about it from my own experience. But when you get introduced to somebody that, you know, wrote a book on it, it, you know, it really kind of cements some of the ideas you've got and you know, and then maybe calls into question some of the other pieces of the puzzle. And so I certainly feel like that's something that I've experienced. And, you know, like the movie Madness thing, you know, we've had discussions on a lot of different concepts that, you know, may be presented in the movie or may be, you know, kind of a idea that is derived from the movie or one of the characters, but nevertheless, it becomes an idea that, you know, that can be a burning passion in somebody's mind.
Yeah.
I can go on a lot of different tangents there, but
yeah,
there's a lot of
I can go on and on with movies for sure. Yeah. Well, Mike, I'd really like to thank you for taking the time today to talk with us. And we always, I think I'm speaking for everybody in autonomy in saying that we really appreciate your time, your input, and your guidance and your knowledge with all the different projects and your life experience and your well, I hate to say stories because I don't think you're not telling tall tales. Like you're giving us life experience that really we can learn from.
Well, I think, you know, stories are important because, you know, we either make our own stories or we're subject to somebody else's story. And, you know, I think in a large part, and it's certainly one of the things that I encourage in my ethical emergence course is, you know, really people taking on the role of telling their own story and then, you know, kind of projecting that story into the future. How is that story going to end up? That's an important, you know, piece of the puzzle that I think everybody needs to really consider. And I'm certainly here to help, you know. And so I might be an example of someone that tells stories, but you know, to a large degree, I want to kind of forecast some stories. I want to get some stories going on about the future that you know, that are positive stories and not this, you know, utopian disaster that you know, the Great Reset is going to bring our way, you know.
Yeah. So I'm with you on that. Let's write the future history of success and prosperity. How about that?
Amen.
Okay, Mike, thank you so much for talking to me today. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you, Doc. I appreciate all the things that you do as well. So
okay,
thank you.
Catch you later.
Yeah, that was a very great interview with Michael Nimitz. I really enjoy everything that he brought to the table. I didn't have it in my heart to edit that down. I had to play the whole thing. So I very much enjoyed talking to Mike. And we had actually outside the interview, we had a big long chat outside that as well. And we could have just went on and on and on. So we'll probably be doing that again sometime in the future for sure. And so where are we now? We have a very quick 2-minute message of sharing and caring and Christmas from the people of Canada to the people of autonomy.
bumper.
Sweet.
Bacon grease spatula hot cheese.
Take off. Don't get that on me, hose head. Come
Go.
on. What?
Go.
Oh, I'm doing a special Christmas theme today.
Yeah, go. Okay, good day. I'm Bob Welcome to Great White North. I'm Bob McKenzie. This is my brother Doug.
How's it going?
Okay, this is our Christmas show, eh?
Yeah.
So, like, that's our
There's
topic.
our Christmas tree.
Yeah.
And Hosehead here had the idea of just having a steel spike at the top
Take off.
to decorate it.
We're-
Zoom in on the tree.
No.
Come on, move
No,
over.
take
Up
off.
to the top.
No,
Zoom
here,
up.
that's what you do. That was off. There. That's for the
beautiful.
top. Okay,
Okay.
one of our topics, eh?
Wait, zoom
is
back over to
Get
us.
over here, eh? One of our topics was like beer nog, okay? Because we hate eggnog. And like at our family parties, everybody drinks eggnog Christmas, right? So what you do is you go to Max 7-Eleven, you get eggnog, and you empty it out like right in the tree, eh? And then you pour
That'll
beer
help
in
it
here.
grow.
Okay, you got beer right in there, and then you get like a happy cup you can't see through. Pour it in that, walk around the party. You don't have to drink eggnog, drink beer nog instead, okay?
There it is,
Okay,
eh?
another topic is, this is beauty. Like 2 years ago, we was working in Brewers Retail, eh? So like, our owner, our boss, eh? He gave us like frozen butterballs for Christmas, eh? So like Hosehead here puts it in the trunk of the car and forgot about it, right? So like next summer, Dad was driving the car and goes, "Who died, eh?" So like goes in the trunk. I got one for you too.
Take off.
Yeah.
You never did.
I do. Oh, here it is.
It's gone, eh?
Merry Christmas, Hoser. Oh, geez.
Wait a minute.
Same size.
I
Beauty.
think I know what it is.
Beauty. Beauty. Smokes. Thanks. Just what I wanted.
Oh, gee.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, eh?
Beauty.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Oh, here's something to do with beers for
Oh, yeah.
Christmas. Make it nice, eh? Hold that. And like for tree decorations, oh, we're out of time, eh?
yeah, quick.
Like hang a
Show them
smoke
about
up.
the smoke.
Hang some smokes up on
That was
trees.
my idea.
Take off.
It was so.
And like
Listen, Hosehead, give me credit. for
oh,
something.
that's it. So
Good
that's
day.
our topic. Merry Christmas. Good day.
Okay, so there you go. A message of sharing and caring and people being excellent to each other. So from Canada to autonomy, be excellent to each other, like the McKenzie brothers. Okay, so another great interview.
Take off, eh?
Take off to the Great White North. Take off. It's a beauty way to go. So earlier this week, I had another great interview. They're all great interviews, but I had the fortune of talking to Ashley Ribeiro. She's here in Autonomy for season 10, and she has her own ongoing podcast she's been doing for a while called Not Your Mama's News. And so let's go with Ashley's interview here.
Hey, Autonomy. I hope you're enjoying Do It Live this week. And we have another great interview coming for you here now. Earlier this week, I had the great privilege to have a chat with Ashley Ribeiro. She's here in Autonomy for season 10, and she hosted Do It Live previously. And also she is part of a ongoing podcast called Not Your Mama's News. So before I present her interview, I'm going to hit you with a little sample of Not Your Mama's News. And it's coming at you right here, folks, on Do It Live. Enjoy.
Universities across the country have faced mounting criticism over their response to the war. Some Jewish and Muslim students say too little is being done to protect them.
It's important for people to understand that we're all in it together and everyone is hurt and everyone feels, quite
Is she human?
hurt by, this
I think she's a robot.
situation.
Dana
Looks like-
Griffin, NBC News.
Did she shave her eyebrows just for the occasion or what? Yeah, weird.
Oh man. Okay. So the reason that I find this story fascinating, and I wanted to get your take on it, is because of the dynamic that has been set up in this particular issue in the woke versus, in my personal opinion, if you are on the Republican side, or if you're a Trump side, or if you're this, that, the other, you are woke in your own way. But let's just say the woke versus the non-woke crowd. Okay. So I thought when everything happened starting in October the 7th in the Middle East, that it was very clear that there was a lot of propaganda being thrown out there, and there was a lot of manipulation happening of people's minds. Well, that did not translate to a lot of other people, right? So they still felt like you got to pick a side, you got to, you know, be on the righteous side, this, that, or the other thing, right?
A bit too close to the square, the box.
Yeah. And
you got to stand further back. Yeah.
Yeah. And this has continued to be like, that's what's making the news, it's just awful. You know, it's so old, and it's untruthful and all this stuff. But anyway, I wanted to get your thoughts on this, because the colleges, particularly the Ivy League, they have been totally woke. They've been totally co-opted by this mind virus, and we know that.
Yeah.
And they were the same people that were fine, and so weren't the Congress critters. The same people were fine with you being forced to take a medical experiment, or being forced to take a medical experiment to attend college.
Yeah, my body, my choice people who were okay with you being forced to be jabbed.
Exactly, right? So it's weird for me.
Legal man sigh. Anyway, let's continue.
But it's very weird for me to see, because that was a real legal man sigh. Because
yeah, that was a proper one.
There's a lot of history in that area. I don't even want to get into it, and I'm not going to. But what I'm saying is that I think that the people who are on the pro-Palestinian side, they have some valid points. Of course, calling for genocide is never appropriate. But did they really? I don't know. And that's the other thing, is like, I'm not going to say that agents provocateur were not showing up at these protests to try to get the kids riled up, to try to get them to say, you know, anti-Semitic things, if they even said them. I have no idea. But I'm just saying that the dynamic is weird, because I would have expected the woke Zoomer crowd to be more in line with the Israel side of that narrative, because that's what's coming down from mainstream, right? That's what's coming down from all the major politicians. So I don't really understand necessarily how they have spun this one, is what I'm trying to say, right?
So I've done it again. I will. I'll re-cue that. I see the bling. It's like Pavlov's dog.
Yeah. We're doing it live.
Hey, Do It Live. I'm here now talking to Ashley. She is with the Union of the Unknowns podcast. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Hey, Doc.
Hey, so I checked out a recent episode that you did. It was great. I really enjoyed it, and I will be checking out more content from you. Really good production. I enjoyed it.
Thank you so much. It's definitely a team effort with the intro, the music, the graphics. I didn't have anything to do with that. But there's a lot of smart, creative individuals who got that going, and it's a lot of fun. And thank you very much for checking it out. That makes me really happy.
Yeah, I will be checking out more episodes and more content. Thank you for bringing it out there to us.
Definitely. I was really happy when the opportunity came up to do that, because it's something that I had been interested in, and I wasn't sure where to start with it. So it's kind of a group effort. And now I feel a lot more comfortable. Even if I wanted to start my own, I definitely feel like I could do that now, but I felt overwhelmed at the time.
So you were doing it live before you did Do It Live.
Yes, we were doing it live, and it did make me nervous then as well.
So Ashley, could you tell me about your journey through autonomy and how it's helped you?
Sure, I would love to. So my journey was, it's been interesting for me because one of my areas that I struggle with is my self-doubt and, could I do it? And would I be able to push through and all of these things, and then now we are headed into week 11 and I I feel just really happy about the journey. I feel like it has been such a wonderful experience for me in so many different ways that I'm just so glad that I made the decision to do this program. And I'm looking forward to our next season. I have met so many wonderful, interesting, creative, fun, like generous people, and it has been really special for me. It really it really has. And I also feel that it has helped some with my confidence in dealing with people and talking and having conversations, even though that's something that I've always enjoyed, but I still feel like I could get better. And I think it has helped me in that regard.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the next season as well, because like Richard says, the best season is the one that you're in.
Exactly. Yeah. I highly agree.
So can you tell us a bit more about your project and any future projects that might be coming in the pipeline?
Sure. Yeah. So the project originally started with because we were fans of another podcast and we were friends in a Discord space and ended up coming up with the idea to do our own podcast. And it has sort of evolved over the last, I would say, year and a half, something like that, that we've been doing it. And we've sort of found our groove and that kind of thing. Now, it's interesting because it is a group dynamic, so not everybody can be there all the time. There's some of that stuff to manage and deal with, but that was part of the journey. And we're all people that care about truth and liberty and understanding the environment that we find ourselves in. So we, from there, decided to do two different types of segments. So we have one part of our segment that is known as Not Your Mama's News. And we say that it is covering the clown world from today that matters to you, but not your mama. And we kind of, we try to look at it from that perspective of skepticism and of truth and what's really being done or said here. And how does this sort of tie into the goals of the predator class? And, but also in a funny way, I mean, for the most part, we like to joke around and we like to make fun of these people that are trying to enslave humanity. And lately, we have started doing our episode live. So we now get interaction from our chat, which is a ton of fun. And then the other part of our format is either group discussions. It was more of that early on, and lately has been more of interviews. So we have had some really amazing interviews. We interviewed recently Drizzle from Grand Theft World Liberty Radio. That is yet to be posted, but
Can't
upcoming.
wait to see that one. That should be quite interesting.
Yes, it was very interesting. It was a lot of fun. And then we have interviewed Chuck Ocelli. We've interviewed Legal Man from Jones Plantation, Monica Perez, Brad Binkley, and a lot of other really fascinating people that were generous enough to speak with us for an hour or more.
Yeah, I found your work on Rumble on the name of the channel is Union of the Unknowns.
Yes.
Yes.
And the story with Union of the Unknowns is that it was kind of based off of Union of the Unwanted. And but of course, we're all unknowns. So that was sort of the idea. And then somebody in our group ended up reaching out to Sam or Ricky of Unity Unwanted and made sure that they were okay with us using that name for our podcast. And they were supportive of it. And so there you go. Off to the races with Union of the Unknowns.
So, I'm curious, could you tell me what goes into preparing an episode? Or if
Sure.
you're doing an interview with somebody, how would you prepare for that?
Yeah, so the basic prep for me, sort of like my role in the show, every week I try to make sure that because we record in StreamYard, so I will go ahead and create our StreamYard link, and then we use Discord, similar to what Autonomy used to do. So I will post the StreamYard link. I'll let everyone know that it is pinned in that channel so they can have easy access to it. I will also create what is known as a group flow. But basically, that's just a reminder to say, hello, everyone. Can you attend? Maybe, yes, no. I pin that to the channel just for the informational side of things. Then in StreamYard, I will set up, if it's a live show, make sure that all of our the links are good to go. For example, you can stream directly to YouTube and Twitch every time from StreamYard, but with Rumble, you have to set up a unique link every time, and it's the same way with Rockfin. So I kind of manage all of that, and then everybody's in the show, and then my friend and partner in the show, Stella, she kind of manages the taking us out, the intro, and I hit go live. So we kind of work together in that way. And of course, the preparation for that show is everyone will bring their own news story that they want to cover. So then you will have 4 different stories, 3 different, 2 different, whatever that is. And then we kind of just will say what my story is. And maybe I have a clip and a link. And then we discuss in that format. And then, as I said, lately we've been going live. So we have interaction from the chat, which is a lot of fun. And basically, the story and your research can be as much as you want it to be. So sometimes more than others. Last week, I was covering the Derek Chauvin story. That was the police officer that was convicted of killing George Floyd. So that was sort of a hot potato and a lot of information. There's a lot of threads with that story. So that's a little bit more involved than, once I covered somebody finding a lot of old gold coins on their property. So there's a lot of variation there.
Yeah, I guess you got to be really careful with certain topics.
We're not really careful. We're not. We basically, because we are trying to operate under a free speech, free thought ethos, basically. So people are allowed to bring what they want to bring and express their true opinions. And honestly, most of it it evolves around not believing the official narrative and sort of looking deeper into what is going on there. Now, because we're unknowns, that is why we can do that. I recently had an interaction where a short on Twitter had a decent amount of views, and I was discussing the war crimes of Abraham Lincoln, and I got trolled for that. People were angry. So I think it depends on who sees your work. Because if those people, got a hold of some of the stuff, it would be a hot potato.
Truth should always be brought to light.
Yes.
Yes.
I agree. And to answer your question, as far as an interview goes, I try to be familiar with the work that they do. I try to, if it's somebody who's a content creator, then I like to experience and check out their content ahead of time. I mean, most of the time I am familiar with it because it's people that is in the Liberty space. But I like to have a good idea of that and to be able to show up and let them know that we're familiar with your work. We appreciate your work. We know what you do. And, so just let them know that I'm not just having you here not understanding or appreciating your work. That's important for me. So that's another part of the preparation for the interview. And then honestly, I don't have preset questions or anything like that for myself because I really like the the organic nature of a conversation to go wherever. So unless we have a specific topic, then I will, I'll sometimes try to herd it, back that way. But for the most part, I really like organic conversation.
By the seat of your pants. That's the way I
Yes.
fly sometimes.
Yes, definitely. That's how I fly most of the time.
Ashley, thank you so much for taking your time for this Do It Live interview. Appreciate it. Looking forward to more from
Absolutely.
you in the future.
Thank you so much, Doc. I love speaking with you. I really am grateful for this opportunity. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
There we go. A nice interview there with Ashley. That was a lot of fun. And hey, folks, don't forget to check out her show. I found it on Rumble. Not Your Mama's News. That's a really, really good look at the news. They really bring it. They really bring it, folks. So we're about to head on to some breakfast stuff, but I think we have somebody breaking into our transmission again.
This is White Wine Wolf Spitzer for CNN with breaking news. According to sources at the North Pole, definitely not a dying polar bear, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer is going to forcibly have his bright red nose surgically removed after an investigation by Al Gore. Al Gore is blaming Rudolph's bright red nose for global boiling. The White Knight climate warrior had this to say about Rudolph's bright red nose.
As much extra heat as would be released by 600,000 Hiroshima-class atomic bombs exploding every single day on the Earth. That's what's boiling the oceans, creating these atmospheric rivers and the rain bombs and sucking the moisture out of the land and creating the droughts and melting the ice and raising the sea level and causing these waves of climate refugees.
Santa is arrested. Rudolph is grounded. It looks like Christmas is not happening this year, folks. Word coming out of sources at the World Economic Forum indicate that Al Gore is going to start going after comic book characters for causing global boiling. This idea comes from top experts in climate science like Greta Thunberg. Next up to be canceled by Al Gore and the climate cabal, the Human Torch. This is getting serious, folks. This is White Wine Wolf Spritzer for CNN, returning you to your regularly scheduled program.
Wow, what do we have to do to stop these guys from busting into our signal here? They must hire Russian hackers or something. How do they do it?
It's the Russian hackers for sure. All right,
Russian
I have
hackers. Oh, okay.
I do have
carry on.
the Brecky Club bit queued if you'd like.
Okay, let's see this wonderful bit. I have not seen the edit yet.
I've got, whoa, what's this here? Do it live? Huh? I think this means something. Wow. Do it live. Will Do It Live ever be the same? Who can tell?
I'll just ask you, like, what are some of your pro tips for running a great establishment?
It's all on the staff, just and then leading by example, trying to put a smile on my face along with them, and just everyone working hard. That's all it takes,
Well, it really shows.
It's important that people come in here for decent food and have a good time, good music, and enjoy yourself, and leave with a smile. So
Man, it really shows. It feels like we're eating in a high-end, fine dining
Thank
dinner
you. I appreciate
restaurant.
that so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
How do you pick the people? How do you find are you finding good people,
luck
or
of the
is
draw.
it your training?
both, although nowadays it's getting tougher and tougher to find people.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, guys.
But you know, you find good people and you try to keep them. That's just the best way to go. So.
Yeah. Well, I can tell your staff's really happy.
Thank
and
you
they're
so
very
much.
proud to be working.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyway, great reputation.
Thank you.
Thanks
Appreciate
again.
it.
What's your name?
Fernando.
Fernando. Nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you as well. You guys have a great day,
Bye-bye.
right? Thank you so much.
Hey, Autonomy, how's it going? A little bit of coffee talk with the doc here. Out for a little brekkie. Reminding you to join Doc Rock and Shanna is going to be helping me out this Saturday for Do It Live. It's going to be fun. I promise. Real fun. You're going to love it. All right, this is Doc Rock here for Club Brekkie, and I've got a special guest here now. We got Buddy the Elf here. He is right down from the North Pole.
All the way from the North Pole, yeah.
Yeah, he's here helping out the Wellbeing Cafe today.
I love this place.
Yeah.
So fun, so fun.
I like that special today. Did you have something to do with that?
Well, you smell like beef and cheese, tacos. Yeah.
I knew there was something smelly, and it was me. All right, wow. So, did you know anything about the goings-on at the North Pole?
No. What's
CNN's
happening?
reporting Santa Claus has been arrested. Do you know anything about that?
No. No,
Yeah.
can't be true.
No?
Can't be true.
And we hear that the leak came from one of the Keebler elves. Would you happen to know that elf?
No.
No?
No. No, I don't know anything about
Yeah,
that.
because we could do like investigative work and follow up on the story and use the 5 W's and stuff.
No.
No?
No. No.
Okay, nothing like that, huh?
No.
Well, can you do like you were in the movie, get like all excited when Santa Claus comes
Santa?
out? Can you do
I
that?
know him. I know him. I know Santa. It's coming. Santa's coming.
Okay. Thank you so much, Buddy
Yeah.
the Elf. Really appreciate this little chat with you here
All
today
right.
at the Wellbeing Cafe.
All right. You have a great day. Merry
Okay.
Christmas.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Wow, that's a nice clip. That's a really nice edit. Makes me want to have some bacon and eggs. How about that?
Totally.
Wow. Wow. Okay, so Club Brekkie. So I think we'll be seeing future projects from myself and Shanna with this stuff. We've sort of come together as a sort of dynamic content creating editing team.
Yeah. And it's nice to get up in the morning and see who's liked the post and who's on. There's kind of a core group of posters that are regular. Lee and a bunch of you guys. And so it's always nice to see you guys in the morning. And I call it my Brekkie Club because I'll eat breakfast and check the feed.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Totally. That's always good to see that feedback. Okay, so I think we've got another interview ready to go here. So earlier this week, I had a chance to talk to the one and only Ryan. I hesitate to say his last name because I always butcher it, but I actually did get it right in the interview because I practiced about 50 times before we hit record.
Ivanki, Ryan Ivanki.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that. Okay, let's talk to Ryan here, and we're going to hear about his righting wrongs. Hey, Do It Live. I'd like to introduce here Ryan Ivanek. He is one of the most interesting autonomy members that we have. He's hosted Paranormal Psychology, and he has a new course called Righting Wrongs, which just started tonight, and he has his replay up instantly.
Hello, Ryan. Thank you for joining us. Thank you
Glad to be
for
here.
giving us some of your valuable time.
No problem.
Yes, so let's cut to the chase here. So what's your journey through autonomy been like, and how has it helped you?
My journey through autonomy has been, I don't know if you could say it's straightforward, if it's been wonky. I guess that depends on perspective. I came in thinking that I was going to run a business doing what would essentially be remote Reiki. I was calling it energy transmissions at the time because that was the name I knew for it. That didn't really work out, and that spawned into a whole bunch of various different things, none of which individually really worked out, but that's fine. I've sort of continued moving forward anyways. And so my journey has been sort of all over the place. I used season 7 to gear up to host a barbecue in the summer of season 7, which went well. And then I came up with the getting things done in time workshop thing that I did for a while in season 8 and sort of stuff. So it's been a good journey to be able to do all these things, which can all build into each other as they go. So I don't know if that fully answers your question, but yeah, it's been great.
Well, it really helps to just sort of put yourself out there and throw yourself into the mix and do things, and by doing things you learn things and you improve. I've been finding that with the being involved with Movie Night Madness and now preparing for Do It Live. What a amazing learning experience. Could you tell us about your projects? You have a couple of notable projects. You have the paranormal psychology and your new Righting Wrongs. Could you tell us about these projects?
Yeah, it's actually parapsychology is what it was. Practical parapsychology is what I had called it. Parapsychology being the scientific field that studies all things that are generally considered paranormal, whether they be ghosts, whether it be, the military's remote viewing program, whether it be mediums and near-death experiences and reincarnation memories of young children, etc. My particular interest in it is in psychokinesis because I've had an extremely paranormal life, and I've sort of been forced to realize, or was forced to realize, that there's a whole lot more going on, or at least a whole lot more that is possible. And I also learned that you can utilize some of this stuff for some pretty amazing utility. And I wanted to take what I had been learning through all those experiences and use it to, make magic a real thing. And I use the term magic on purpose because it is a loaded term. And I want to change the definition of that word. I burnt out on that a little bit for the moment. I pushed myself too hard. I tried to push through diminishing returns until they became way too diminishing. And so I had to stop my own personal training on that and really get myself away from that for a little bit to let all that sort of recover. And now I'm moving on to my previous passion before that, which is writing, fiction writing in particular in my case. And so from that, I've started up the Righting Wrongs meetup, if you want to call it that, where it's a hard accountability group mixed with a mastermind group mixed with a few other things, where you show up and you declare what you're going to work on for the next week. You're given some time to work on it during that meeting if you want to use that. And you can also get some critiques on your own work at the same time, as well as learning just, bits and pieces of writing structure and other things like that along the way, little things like that I can teach. And I'm sure other people have things that they can teach as well if they're the expert in the room at the time. So that's what my current project is.
So maybe learning about like story outlines for different things, and maybe a
did a little bit of that tonight, actually.
Story outline.
Yeah, I did a little bit of that tonight, actually. They wanted to know a bit about, sentence structure and plot outlines and stuff. So I did a little bit on that in addition to the other stuff.
This sounds like it has a lot of practical uses.
Yep.
That's really good. And the replay is up, like we said. So it'll be a few days in the past when this airs on Do It Live. And the next episode or the next session will be Tuesday night.
At 6 p.m. Eastern.
6 p.m. Eastern. I like that time. It's really good. That's really good.
It's certainly better than practical parapsychology was. I wanted to set a little bit earlier in the day because I know some of the East Coast people were like, fading real bad during practical parapsychology. So I just moved it back a couple hours or 3 hours, I think. And yeah, I think it'll help with attendance.
Yeah, the East Coast really sort of takes the brunt of some of these shows. I know Grand Theft World is hard on me. Just if you go to the end, it's a little rough. And then, of course, Monday is Movie Night Madness, and we tend to roll a little long on that one too, as you well know.
Yep, been there a few times now.
Okay, so Righting Wrong. So do you have like a set number of sessions planned for that?
Nope, I'm just going to keep going until, for whatever reason, I need to stop. It's a hard accountability group for first and foremost for me. That's why I wanted to set up, and I know other people can benefit from it. So, I find that's a good structure for me, is do something for myself and just let everyone else come in on it. And that's worked a few times in the past, well, more than a few times now. So, I just do it, and people seem to like it. Shanna already has a bunch of comments on there raving about it. I didn't realize I did as good of a job as she seems to say I did, but that's good to know.
Yeah, and Shanna is she's a dynamo for sure, and she's all excited about the upcoming Christmas party, December 22nd, which I'm sure you and everybody on Do It Live will be there for.
Hopefully.
Ryan, thank you so much for taking this time just after doing your show, getting your replay up so quickly, and then having a little talk with the doc.
No problem.
Thank you so much, buddy. See you again.
Yep, see you too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, that was a good segue to mention the Christmas party coming up on Friday, December 22nd at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, so what's going on for that? What are we looking forward to?
Well, this is pretty much the kickoff. We're playing some Christmas bits. So we're going to have people are contributing their Christmas bits, much the same way that you put together today, Do It Live, with some pre-produced segments that we can play. I'm going to set up a 3-hour Zoom ahead of the Friday night that will go up until the event. So we'll have a pre-party, and we'll do a couple DJ sets, and I'll play a lot of the longer form content beforehand. So you can come on beforehand, have it playing in the background, listen to the sets, and then we're going to come on, we'll all share our stories and talk and have a Christmas party. There'll be a lot of open room for that. I'll play a few smaller sets throughout the event. And then towards the end of the event, I'll replay the reel from before, and we'll play the longer form content in the end while we visit and have our drinks and have a good time.
Sounds good. And maybe Doc Rock could be around there playing music and stuff. You never know what could happen.
DJ Doc Rock, I know he's been known to show up. DJ Doc Rock.
And will we be able to keep the CNN out, or are they going to bust in?
I'm working with the tech people right now. I'm calling them off the hook. We'll see how it goes. Tech people.
They are nefarious. They are nefarious, these people. How do they keep busting in? I don't know.
Yeah. So we're going to try to bring more physical into our Zoom world. So we're going to start off on Monday night, Movie Night Madness. We're going to bring cake and drinks for Agnieszka's party. I'll be taking pictures of people with their drinks and their cake. Maybe we can all put something festive in our bios or use them for a compilation or something like that. So bring your physical stuff into the Zoom world and decorate and have cake and your drinks. And then we're going to do the same thing on Friday, the 22nd. We're going to have our cocoa contest with our judge. And then also we're all going to have cake for a tribute to Richard's 50th birthday that he had this year. So please help me to bring the physical into the virtual Zoom world and bring your cake and cocoa on Monday and on Friday.
What about cake and tequila? What if
What's
I
that,
want
Agnieszka?
What if I want to bring tequila?
Well, it's creative drink. You know, it's creative. So
It's
I'll just leave it
definitely
at that.
creative. It's half water. Anyway,
Tequila
but I
cocoa.
bought it on the street from a man, so you know.
That's the best.
I put the question, but it's really good tequila, even though it's somewhat watered down. I'm actually enjoying it. I asked a question about musicians in the clubhouse, and Daniel from With Cannabis said he was a musician. And he even forwarded me like a little music thingy. So you can add me on Discord and I can send it to you or some such, or I can just add you to the clubhouse.
I don't have any Discord permissions. I can be on Discord and see chats, but it won't let me type anything. So I'm locked out for Discord. But I'll hit you up on
like
Circle.
Discord independently, like if you add me as a friend on Discord.
Okay, I could do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet.
I want to be your friend, man.
No, man. I gotta get my homework done.
Okay, so yeah, Christmas. And so we've got a little clip ready from Grand Theft World last Sunday. So there's so much stuff to pick out of that show because it's so rich with information and good takes on the news. But the clip I've got here is where Richard and Tony talk about an autonomy student who's had a little bit of misfortune with the flood and a lot of stuff damaged in the basement. So they're putting a call out for people to buy a book. So I was looking at it. You can buy the book off the Lulu Press site, and it's like a print-on-demand service. It's really good. I've dealt with them before. So that's probably the way I'm going to buy it. It's only $20 Canadian, so it's a little cheaper for the American side. So Grand Theft World clip.
Hey, I wanted to bring attention to a human, what do they call it? Human interest story, right? But also, it's a damn good book to buy for Christmas. So I'm going to show you this webpage. This is called The Story of NowHere.com. Wait. Story of Nowhere. Nowhere, that's what it is. Well, the dystopia talked about is now here. And utopia means no place, right? And this is a book written a couple years ago, The Story of Nowhere by Daniel McCarthy. He's an autonomy graduate. He's a friend of ours. He's a colleague.
Him on the show once.
Yeah. Yeah. Danny's awesome.
Yeah, he's a great guy. Very smart.
Also, Danny and Alice, they had a baby, so they're parents now.
Good for them,
right? And the reason I'm saying go to his site and buy his book is because he recently had one of those events where your basement floods and all your stuff gets ruined and you lose a lot of your research books and all that sort of stuff. And I've had that happen to me. I had a pipe freeze down here last year. It burst and it caused a lot of trouble. All right. So in these cases, what can we do? We could do nothing, or we could go spend. I don't know how much Danny's book goes for. I got mine for free, but it's worth having. He has an ebook. He's got a paperback. He's got an audio book. The Story of Nowhere was written and published in 2020 by Daniel McCarthy of Cleveland, Ohio. The book is a general and tangible introduction to a much larger project, which primarily is derived from the Story of the Nowhere podcast, right? So the idea is all these examples of utopia through history and how they've played out and what it's leading up to, because the people who are going after us, our freedom, who are trying to create a globalist technocratic society, they are doing so like systematically. They have a lot of plans that are out in the open. And if you like to learn about the history, Daniel is an excellent researcher and writer. And it looks like over here, this is a PayPal QR. If you just scan that, you could probably contribute, you get a book and help him out. And I'd like to see what else he has to produce. And that's hard to do when you get a flood or you get ripped off. Like we got robbed on a film trip in DC. That was hard to keep the project going. Thankfully, people came and said, hey, sorry that happened. Can't replace it all, but here's a little bit, and every little bit helps, and we were able to keep moving forward. So I remember what it was like to be in that position, and Story of Now Here or Nowhere, however you want to pronounce it.
One way is maybe funnier than the other, but they're both really descriptive of what's going on, because the story of Nowhere is now here. The dystopia that's unfolding through that history that they've been writing about is now here. So two ways to remember it, and I'm sure you can probably get it on the Amazon and stuff like that, but going to somebody's thoughtfully composed landing page where he makes a single offer for his product is also quite useful when you're attempting to exchange value in the marketplace. And there, I made sure I got that note. I made that note earlier today because one of the students came into the podcast yesterday and told us about, and I thought, like, what can I do for Danny? Like, I can't just replace all his books, but I can start like that process and encourage others to do likewise.
Yeah, I mean, that's very unfortunate. I'm really sorry to hear that
free, actually.
for Daniel, but you know, he's
But
has an incredible
congratulations
mind.
on
He'll have
being a father.
Yeah, and then obviously congratulations to him and his wife. Obviously, that's incredible. But at the same time, now you're dealing with the flood and the destruction of property. It's never fun. So, anyways, you know, people can help if there's some way. Even just donating if you already own the book. He's a fantastic individual, brilliant mind, and deserves our support in some fashion. So I hope he'll find a way to get through this, though. He's
resilient and anti-fragile,
resourceful. Yeah, but still, yeah, any help.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Some people don't have that book on their shelf, you know, and it's a pocket book. It's easy to read, and
good
like
introduction to the topic, and it gives you some good routes to get into the very strong sort of, or very deep research avenues, we'll call them.
Okay, so yeah, so you can help support Daniel by ordering the book. I know somebody said it's free, but the point of playing the video is to help Daniel out. Okay, Shanna, I sent you a message. I don't know which video do you have ready?
I have
Hang on a
Agnieszka.
sec. I was going to just say that the ebook is free, but we can just give him a random amount on the PayPal and pay for it that way.
You could do that. Or order the book. I'd like to order the book myself.
I have
Through Lulu Press.
Agnieszka's interview ready.
Okay. Okay, perfect. And speaking of Agnieszka, let's go.
Hey, Do It Live. We are now going to talk with Agnieszka. Here she is, one of the mainstays of autonomy. She is the wizard of autonomy. She is a copywriting strategist. She is a somatic activator. And she's here today on this Do It Live to talk about her journey through autonomy. Agnieszka, thank you so much for taking some time out of your busy time to talk to us here for this Do It Live. Thank you.
Thank you for having me and asking me all these questions.
Yes, so could you tell us, could you summarize your journey through autonomy and how it's helped you?
For sure. The interesting part about that is that before I joined autonomy, I thought I was independent. I thought I was free. I was already traveling the world. I had a job that was not dependent on location. And I was able to do whatever I want, essentially, but I wasn't really. And then when my ex played autonomy in the living room, and I heard the Richard teaching all these classes, all these lectures, and I started learning more and remembering. It wasn't so much learning, it was more like remembering how to be an excellent human. And the more I aligned with being an excellent human, the more successes I achieved at work and the more courage I had to step into the life that I wanted to live.
Okay, so you're a copywriting strategist and somatic activator. Could you tell us about these titles?
Sure. Being a copywriting strategist is something I've been doing for over 14 years, writing. Well, actually, I've been writing probably most of my life, but I really honed my writing towards marketing and copywriting for marketing when about 15 years ago. And since then, I've been learning to get better and better at all the things to do with copywriting, and even graphic design and video editing and all the things that you need to market your business effectively. And so now I advise others on how to market their businesses effectively.
All right, that's yeah, and I've been in one of your clinics a little while back when you and Kara were co-hosting it before she had the baby. And yeah, really good clinic, and we got one coming up this Friday.
Yeah,
I recommend everybody go check it out. There's always something interesting there. There's always something to learn, and they can look over your work and give you guidance.
Yeah, you're always welcome to bring examples or samples of your work so we can critique and guide you towards the right direction.
Okay, and Somatic Activator. Can you tell us about that?
So, funnily enough, that's something I've also been studying for about 14 or 15 years. It was a pivotal point in my life about 2010 when I stopped working for the corporate machine and started living on my own and developing myself, right? And so I became a freelancer, and I learned alongside the great Carol Maureen Friesen both the freelancing and marketing, as well as psychosomatic therapy and body language and face reading and all these other juicy psychosomatic things that really shaped my life afterwards.
So I think we have an upcoming event where you're going to highlight some of this knowledge.
Sure. Actually, I do teach face reading and body language classes a few times a year. The next ones are coming up at the end of April. But I have a bonus class, a 2-day, your winter wellness arsenal, or your winter healing arsenal. That's what I think it's called for 2024. I know I should remember my own name. And this is a 2-day event next week on Wednesday and Thursday, where I'm going to be teaching about what the things you can do in your own kitchen to help when you have a cold or flu, the psychosomatic reasons, like, is it because you're angry, or is it because you're scared, or different symptoms are all associated with psychosomatic reasons. And I'm also going to be sharing some recipes for specific ailment, like specific cures or things that can help you overcome certain infections. And on the second day, we're going to be talking about the skin and skin issues associated with winter, dry skin and all that, and also some digestive issues and how to tackle different types of digestive issues that we have during the holidays. So that's going to be psychosomatics mixed with herbology and specific practical solutions for the day-to-day for the winter of 2024.
I like it. It sounds a lot better than getting experimental medicine. It sounds way better.
No, this is medicine that's been thousands of years old. And yeah, I'll give you guys some really good options. Like, we all know that garlic's antibacterial, but how do you use garlic in different forms, right? They just showing down on a head of garlic is a little bit uncomfortable. So I have different recipes and different things. And you can have garlic tea or a garlic snack or a garlic dinner, but you have to make sure you prepare it properly so that the garlic is still in its full potency, and you measure dosage throughout the day, right? That's the key, right? Knowing that you're administering the garlic maybe in your snacks or in your drinks, but it still has to be dosed like an antibiotic. So you have to know how much you're taking.
Hey, that sounds like really good information that everybody should probably go and partake in. And we have another big event coming up Monday night. We're going to have like a birthday party.
I'm going to have a public Zoom birthday party. This is going to be epic. I asked Stefano for permission to play my favorite movie on the 18th of December. My actual birthday is on the 19th, but the 18th of December, The Princess Bride, and my birthday party, and tequila shots, and everything will be all right.
I thought the tequila was going to be a regular new show now. Tequila Time with Agnieszka. I thought it was going to be a new weekly thing.
We can do that. We can do that, but we would have to, if it was going to be a regular weekly thing, I would have to do some poetry. They would have to include some poetry. I'm really missing the poetry that we had in past season.
Okay, tequila and poetry. I love it.
But The Princess Bride is like a movie that is a poem in and of itself, so definitely worth attending. It's a beautiful, deep, interesting movie disguised as a children's movie.
It is. It's a really fun movie. There's a bit of swashbuckling in it. There's some good humor. What's the name of that director? Was it Rob Reiner?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's one of his best works, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It got all weird.
It's great. It's great. And having all my friends there, you know, spending time toasting, whatever, cracking jokes. It's just going to be the best online birthday party ever.
Wow. So it's like the planets are lining up here. Birthday, Princess Bride, Movie Night Madness, and the Wizard of Autonomy, Agnieszka.
That's me.
Thank you so much for this little talk for Do It Live. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Here we go. Yeah, great chat there with Agnieszka. That's always good to talk to her. A lot of good information, and Movie Night Madness for her birthday coming up this Monday. Don't you dare miss it. Okay, so very quickly, before we get on to more clips, I want to share with you some failures. So previously, I used to be a manager at The Source here in Canada. It's a big electronics chain, boutique sort of stores, small stores, not big box. So as a Source manager, you're under very heavy pressure to sell cell phones and get new activations. It is insane, intense pressure. You want to talk about cringe sales? Well, I've been part of it, and I've had to coach other people into pushing cell phones and new activations, right? There's nothing like being in a store and you're looking at a clock or something, and somebody is asking you about your cell phone. And yeah, I had to do this stuff, and I had to coach people for it. Anyway, so I was through a bit of a dry spell, not getting my quota because the pressure's intense. So anyway, I was making quota this month, and to celebrate and hoping that I would get other managers to make celebration videos of reaching quota, I made a nutty video that was legendary in the manager's WhatsApp group at the time. And but it didn't spur anybody else on to make a celebration video of getting quota. But you know, I like doing things sometimes like sort of pro wrestling promo style, and this is what happened. This is what I came up with.
Woo! We got quota, baby! Oh yeah! We got the quota! Well, it makes me feel a little bananas! It makes me feel a little bananas! We got that quota, baby! We got that quota! In order to be the banana, you gotta eat the banana! Cut that video.
This one's for Do It Live. This one's for Autonomy. Enjoy the show.
So I don't consider it a failure. It was a triumph. That was a lot of fun. It was a little wild, a little over the top. And some people thought it meant I wanted people to destroy bananas. No, it was about celebrating a win. So other managers didn't follow suit. So it's not failure. It's a triumph. I enjoyed it, but it didn't achieve what I wanted it to do, but a lot of fun. So what do we have next up? Where are we heading? Okay, best sales lesson. Let's take this. Oh, by the way, get some earmuffs for the kids. There's some colorful language in this.
Oh, sir, there's no smoking on airplanes.
I know. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Don't worry about it. I'll be quick.
Sir, if you like that, I'll have to report you to the FAA.
Stacy, do you know when the first commercial flight went smokeless?
No.
1973. And did you know that in 1969, when smoking was allowed on all flights, we put a man on the moon?
I had no idea.
Look. You know what that is? That's a remnant of a better time. But they welded it shut. And it starts with ashtrays, and it ends with all of our precious freedoms being stripped away. I remember back in the day when you got on a plane and you knew you were in for a good time. A little smoking, a little drinking. And the stewardesses, Stacy, you come from a proud tradition of blazing hot stewardesses. And now you can't do one damn thing without someone reporting you to the Department of Homeland Security. Am I right?
That's right. You listen to Don.
I had to take my pants off and nibble my Old Spice down to 3 ounces just to get on the plane, Stacy.
They made me throw out my mouthwash.
I had to give up my bath jellies.
They made me breastfeed some old man.
That's what I'm talking about. But we don't have to take it, Stacy. Like Henry David Thoreau and Rosa Parks and David Lee Roth when he left Van Halen, we can say enough. Enough injustice. And when you and I are old and gray, we can look back on this and remember when we were 30,000 feet above God's green earth and we smoked one. We smoked one for America!
You motherfucker. Who are you?
I'm Don Reddy, and I got the goods.
Killer Kush.
Nun pops her head out and says, shit, yes, I got a gargle.
Oh man, yeah. So that's a pretty crazy take on sales. I thought I could bring a sales clip into the show because we see lots of boiler room in the lectures. Boiler room is a big one, and of course the good old Glengarry Glen Ross. And I'd like to cover those two movies sometime in Movie Night Madness, just because they're great movies and it brings us in line with our lectures, the ethics and the non-ethical practices that you see in some of these movies. Now, the last couple of times I watched this clip, the reason I played it today is not necessarily to use that in our sales as such, but the way he got on the good side of the stewardess and the crowd. I'm just thinking outside the box, and this is a discussion now for after the show. Could we use that, how he sold her on sparking up a smoke on the plane, could we use that in dealing with situations that are probably going to come back soon, such as dealing with people getting all upset about mask type situations that are probably going to arise again fairly soon. So I'm just thinking outside the box. I don't really have any answers as such, but I think maybe there's stuff that we can learn from that to help sidestep these nasty situations that are going to be coming. Any quick thoughts on that, Shanna?
It sounds bang on.
Okay, so we'll do it for the after show because we are we're running a little over. I know, we are. I was worried that we wouldn't have enough content. That was my worry, but wow.
A true DJ, he'd take all day, right?
Totally.
It's the afternoon show with DJ Doc Rock.
Right. So
and you're welcome to go as long as you want. This is a great show and everyone's having a good time.
Okay, that's awesome to hear. Thanks for that feedback, Richard. I really appreciate it. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. So And so we'll get back to that discussion in the after show. That being said, we're going to have another preview for our Christmas party that's coming up on December 22nd. So we filmed an elaborate video where I'm Liberace and Shanna is Elton John. So we have that.
Christmas is my favorite time of year. Join me, Liberace, this Christmas Eve for a musical tribute to the holidays, where we'll have a host of celebrity guests singing a medley of your favorite songs. Elton John will be joining us.
Good King Wenceslas last looked out on the feast of Stephen. All the snow lay round about, deep, crisp, and crunchy. I'm sorry, did I say crunchy? I'm sorry, Lee.
No problem.
I'm very.
Just
He was moving. Yes, you. Please, we're trying to work here.
Please don't move while Mr.
Now,
Wells.
if you're going to stay there, fine. If not, get out. You're taking up valuable air.
Let's just try it again.
Sorry, Lee. Good King Wenceslas. Last. Your light went out. What? Am I on one or two? Who's directing here? There's too much talking going on. Come on, fellas, get it together. We haven't got all day.
Let's try it again, please.
Good. Are you on? Good King Wenceslas. No, I'm sorry, Lee. No, it's not working. You don't know what I'm up against here. I wouldn't rehearse an actor in Shakespeare the way you people work here. No, I'm sorry.
Please, Orson, please.
No. It's his fault. Him. Yes, you.
I'll fire him.
No,
don't
I'm
worry.
sorry. You people are pests. No money is worth this.
Orson Welles, ladies and gentlemen. You know, Christmas is a frivolous time of year, and nobody loves frivolity more than me. So join me, please, for my big special, Christmas Eve. And I'd love to thank Luigi Specca for this. Isn't this wonderful, the Santa Claus? See you then.
This one's for Do It Live. It's for autonomy. Enjoy the show.
Wow. Yeah. So it's going to be quite the Christmas celebration, December 22nd, folks. Yeah.
I'm
we're
so
pulling
glad
all
you
the
didn't make
stops.
me one of the other two characters.
Agnieszka was Ethel Merman, right?
I was a what?
Ethel Merman.
I could have easily been the one with the whip or Wells.
Oh boy. So, okay. So when I just love SCTV. If you didn't know, it's a lot of great fun. Man. So let's see. So we got another movie clip ready. So I'm just gonna give a little preamble for that before we get to it. So if I ever get to do a center stage, what I'm going to choose to do is anti-war. Anti-war. That's going to be my topic, because it just is something that I could never understand all my life. Why, in most cases, it's good people who end up killing good people on the other side. That's really what happens most of the time. It is such a waste of humanity, waste of resources, and takes a terrible toll on the earth. So my answer is, like, we just don't fight the wars. We just don't fight the wars, not because we're cowards. We don't want to waste people. We don't want to waste resources. Let's not fight the wars. Let's not do it. So we got a clip here from the Outlaw Josey Wales, which I think has a really good anti-war message, and Clint Eastwood also considers the Outlaw Josey Wales an anti-war film. And this scene here has a beautiful message that relates to a lot of the messages we have here in autonomy.
This one's for Do It Live. This one's for autonomy. Enjoy the show.
You'll be 10 Bears?
I am 10 Bears.
I'm Josey Wales.
I have heard. You're the Gray Rider. You would not make peace with the Bluecoats. You may go in peace.
I reckon not. Got nowhere to go.
And you will die.
I came here to die with you. Or live with you. Dying ain't so hard for men like you and me. It's living that's hard. When all you've ever cared about's been butchered or raped. Governments don't live together. People live together. From governments, you don't always get a fair word or a fair fight. Well, I've come here to give you either one. Or get either one from you. I came here like this so you'll know my word of death is true. And that my word of life is then true. The bear lives here, the wolf, the antelope, the Comanche, and so will we. And we'll only hunt what we need to live on, same as the Comanche does. And every spring, when the grass turns green, the Comanche moves north. You can rest here in peace, butcher some of our cattle, and jerk beef for the journey. The sign of the Comanche, that will be on our lodge. That's my word of life.
And your word of death?
It's here in my pistols, there in your rifles. I'm here for either one.
These things you say we will have, we already have.
That's true. I ain't promising you nothing extra. I'm just giving you life, and you're giving me life. And I'm saying that men can live together without butchering one another.
It's said that governments are chiefed by the double tongues. There is iron in your words of death for all Comanche to see. And so there is iron in your words of life. No signed paper can hold the iron. It must come from men. The words of 10 Bears carries the same iron of life and death. It is good that warriors such as we meet in the struggle of life or death. It shall be life. So will it be.
I reckon so.
This one's for Do It Live. This one's for autonomy.
Yes. So I think that's a very profound scene that really says a lot about war, peace, people living together, helping each other, sharing and caring. It's a very profound scene, and that type of scene will probably help me get to the center stage with a anti-war presentation of my own when I'm ready for it, not before. And speaking about center stage, we have an amazing interview queued up here coming soon with Mr. Darren Reed. He has an immense project, and let's hear from the man himself, because I'm really big fan of what he's doing on the center stage, and thinking about Andrew Carnegie, who had anti-war efforts. I'd like to learn more about it and where he succeeded and where he failed. Darren Reed. Okay, Do It Live. We've got a nice interview here today with Mr. Darren Reed, known mostly for the center stage and the ongoing saga that he's presenting with his learning and of the teachings of Andrew Carnegie. I've been really enjoying the series. I think pretty much from its inception. I think I might have missed one episode maybe, but I'm really spellbound, and I can't wait to hear this week's episode with I want to hear about the Anti-Imperialist League. I can't wait for that. Can you tell us, Darren, how autonomy has helped you along this journey that you're on?
It's such a pleasure to be speaking with you today, Doc Rock. And I know you and affectionately refer to you as Dean Baker. And let me tell you that the Born With name and stuff like that suits me just fine. I hope you approve. Center stage is something that we're hoping to up the profile of in the autonomy community, so it can serve autonomizers to learn their rhetoric going forward for public speaking acumen. And public speaking is not just how we broadcast ourselves, but it's also how we receive others, and then giving a space in between so we can really get that trivium of understanding, if you will. So this is opening up the gates, and we're sort of like, I guess, maybe getting boots on the ground and establishing a bit of a protocol for how we can best serve our community. And maybe it will turn into more or less a marketing card as well too for the autonomy journey as it is.
Yeah, I think it's something to really strive for and shoot for, to have some material together to present on the center stage and try to present it in a cohesive way. So it's a real personal sort of growing experience, character building, and learning, right?
Well said. Well said, Dean. So we're learning together, and it's been said from old legacy texts that like iron sharpens iron, man sharpens a man. So I'm paraphrasing that by all means, but the long and the short of it is that when we aggregate together and we cooperate and we collaborate, everybody brings different skills to the table. And then it becomes a better whole, if you will. So we're practicing to improve the we've got a series on the go with Andrew Carnegie and his principles. And this is really foundational for sweeping out the eye, getting us into a really good stead so we can move forward to serve others. Because if we're broken vessels, we're not going to hold a thing, let alone be able to broadcast it out. So it's a special module that we've been kind of going through, and I like to refer to these as much as Andrew Carnegie would refer to them as links to a chain. So the whole chain is broken and incomplete without all of the principles basically used, if that makes any sense.
Yes, it does. And I'm always impressed by how well prepared you are for your center stage presentations. Could you let Do It Live know what goes into your preparation for a Wednesday night center stage?
That's a really fantastic question, Dean. And I'll preface it by this, is that the Trivium has a lot of applications. And when we split the center stage into 3 acts, the preparation that's coming behind it is that we're always leading out with a why, and we're bringing a good fresh grammar to the stage as the what. And then the rhetoric is that, what are the next action steps that we can take as center stagers? And I must say that it's the inspiration of great grammar that's very cohesive and pulled together with the principles of Andrew Carnegie that makes the walk really quite simple. So we have assets, and it's a matter of making them relevant to conversation, if that makes sense, and making an engagement is a practice to an improved thing. So I am certainly a rookie presenter, so I wouldn't want to put myself in a place where, like I'm the be all and end all model for any of this by any means. But when I get feedback from other people, then I can get a real sense of what to do next. Does that make any sense?
Yes. And I think now for the forthcoming episode, I mentioned earlier about the Anti-Imperialist League. Could you tell us anything about that?
Well, Dean, why don't we have another attendee here in our conversation? Why don't I call on the man himself, and he can sort of maybe speak to that very briefly. Let me stand by here. Let's see if we can call him to the stage.
All right, standing by.
Well, I'm hoping that you can hear me okay. And I have really a lot to say, and my heart is really behind you guys on the center stage. And I've been watching very carefully the autonomy community. And what I'm really able to say at this point is that I can't speak to you directly, but I'm having conversations through the legacy of my literatures, the rhetoric, the things that I have done through my life's experiences, and I penned them out. And my heart was really behind sharing my ideas. It wasn't about my money by any means, but it was about my ideas for humanity and how we can move things forward. And if you're asking about the league that we had a couple of years experience with, well, it seems as though when I reflect on it now, as time has gone by, is that it's taken a very different understanding from what it was principled to be based on. So people are being deceived. And if I have any opportunity to share with what I've got, is that humanity is best served as us as people staying together and cooperating. And I think this is a foundational principle. And war destroys human beings, and by no means would I ever support such a thing. Well,
very much appreciate that, especially the anti-war message.
I'm very grateful that we've got Andrew Carnegie's principles to kind of stand on. Embrace them and do the thing in a better way. The fruit of his tree shows that he demonstrated a culture of excellence in everything that he pursued. And human beings make mistakes, and his journey had growth, maturity, and development as well. So he didn't have it getting it right out of the chute by any means, but practicing to improving and learning from his failures is something that he modeled. And he really looked forward to basically transcending old thoughts into new thoughts, finding the new, better thing. And he collaborated with really wonderful people.
Indeed he did. And now you're sort of his translator now, bringing us the goods, bringing us the information, looking at it through a lens of truth.
Yes, and when it comes to the concept of truth, Dean, now we're all going to have our own perspective of what that looks like, and that's fair, because we're all looking at it from different angles, if you will, a different lens. But the lens that we have on the center stage is that we've got source documents. We don't have to necessarily go to the internet to find out who he said, she said. We can go right to source, and we can say who said what, when. And it seems to be that most of the truth is found in the first edition artifacts, the first printing artifacts, because lo and behold, that after edition, the grammar changes. Publishers, I guess, would you say, polish their mistakes. And maybe when we're a little closer to the pulse, what was said is more authentic right out of the chute, if that makes any sense. So the grammar that we have to explore on the center stage is of tremendous value, source documents. So we are not cutting any corners, and we can explore these things together deliberately.
Yeah, very impressive way to go about it. Always amazing. If somebody wants to present their own center stage project, who would they contact? Would they contact yourself, or who would they contact?
Center Stage is really opening up its bandwidth to have active participations from the autonomy community to help participate in managing this stage. So the one-man band is only to experiment, I guess, with what is possibly the potential of this sandbox, if you will. So when people really look at what they've got to bring to the table, if they're excited about it, we can have a little bit of a meetup, and we can maybe chunk this out and give some exponential energies to the production. It could become a fantastic thing for all of us involved. And autonomy will have another marketing card coming out of it as well.
Yeah, I think it's something that people should really check out. They should come and check out the center stage and get this great information that's coming out. And also at the, come up with their own idea for what they want to present. I got a couple of ideas that might come down the pipeline. We'll see what happens. But I'm going to make sure it's excellent before I pull it forward. Yeah. So what do you think is going to be the next steps and logical extension of all this material that you are developing and discovering, curating? What's your next steps? What's your logical extension now from this?
Well, I think that the first logical step is that we all, anybody that can that is interested in co-creating a better center stage, that is really where we could administratively kind of cut up the pie and see who wants to bring what, who's really engaged and jazzed about bringing what, because we can get good and fresh ideas from each other going forward. What can we turn this into so it's not just all me, not just all Michael? There's room to have discussions at least and sort of move things forward. So when we have good ideas to present, well, hey, it can start with a conversation with me, and then we can see what it could become, and then just see where the gaps are, and then fill them in and make it its best thing possible. Put some real energies into it.
Okay, that sounds great. So hopefully now, when people hear about this on Do It Live, we're going to have more interest into the center stage, more people checking it out, more people getting ideas, more people bringing things forward, people joining in the discussion. And when everybody,
Absolutely.
the more people that join in, the more we learn.
Absolutely. And we've had discussions with the Backstage Pass after the main event would be going on for the 90 minutes. We cut the tape, and then an unrecorded session is just really an opportunity for us to practice our communication skills and good rhetoric and that. And it's been certainly a growing phenomenon. So let's keep that momentum going and stay excited about it. And the momentum and motivation for us to become the better thing is really the credo that we're going forward with. Does it make sense?
Yes. And so do you have any ambitions of what to do with this material that you have compiled and curated for yourself? And do you have any bigger projects in mind or bigger projects coming for yourself?
Well, that's a very cool question to be asking, Dean, and I'll be fully transparent, is that I've got some ideas to certainly take a biography of Andrew Carnegie forward, and this is certainly going to be a big labor. And I'll be looking for collaborators to help out with that as well too, so it can structure around the next iteration of biographies. Take biographies to the next level, if you will. Make it really a format that people are going to enjoy and benefit from. The last biographer that did this invested 6 years of his life to do it, and at first pass, I think that we can take a different lens on this, and it could be more engaging than that. So rather than a one-man band, I think it's a collaborative effort to sort of take these assets forward. If it was so, that's one idea that I'm committed to see through, is because it's a way of giving back, I suppose, for the excellent distinctions and principles that Andrew Carnegie has gifted me with specifically. So this is one way, and presenting ideas in public forums for change and for freedom and for liberty. I want to basically be able to refine my abilities to communicate with others, and it's having conversations on the center stage that's helping me get to that place, if that makes any sense.
Well, I think you've got a great basis of knowledge and know-how for this material. And yeah, it's going to be a big project, a massive project to get this done. I also want to shoot a quick idea. If you get people together to make this, you might want to consider maybe at the same time having a documentary film, maybe scripted, and have a basis for it around the material. Maybe just on the construction and making the book, making this biography, and then on the life of this interesting man.
Absolutely. Now, writing the script and the outline is, going to be best served with a lot of collaboration for sure, and
Correct.
Bringing visuals to it is definitely the next biography for certain. Audiobooks is another aspect that could be a part of the fold as well. So I think this project could feather out in great stead with collaboration. And I'm excited to see who would be excited. And yes, I'd take that on board. A documentary film for certain, because stuff that exists on YouTube now is untruthful.
Yeah, I'm into that. Just researching different things for Movie Night Madness. Finding stuff on YouTube is painful. It is painful. In the cases where you can find factual information, it's buried. It's hidden. or it's
Yes.
just been purged out? There's that,
Yes,
and
both.
it's hard to find.
Yes. Purged out. And we can certainly look at it from all our different lenses, and we can ask the why question, and we can make our own determination as to why that could be the case. But the what is that it's untruthful, and it's untruthful because it would serve humanity, and basically empower individuals that would, I guess, maybe upset an established system. When human beings get together and they're looking to build a better thing, it puts certain people out of jobs.
Yeah, there's a group of people in the world terrified that peace will break out. Unfortunately.
I've never heard it said that way.
But yeah.
Yes, maybe Andrew Carnegie kind of understood some of these things about these bigger ideas, and it's interesting because his best ideas have been modified and respun and repackaged into well, the vitamins are all now gone. So, yeah.
Well, it's been great talking to you, Darren. I'm looking forward to Center Stage, and hopefully this highlights what Center Stage is about and the future of it. And we invite people to check it out. We invite people to develop their own projects and bring them forward.
Yes, even at the starting gate, Dean. This is where the best ideas can be seeded, and having a conversation with me would be a great start. And it's just a whole wonderful thing can kind of come out of it. So don't wait until it's done, to get the ball rolling. Let's have conversations soon, and roll it out into what it could become, and it's going to paint a very wonderful canvas when we got a lot of colors on there.
Really good. Thank you so much, Darren. I appreciate your time.
Well, I salute you. I'll cut the recording here on my side, and I'll stand by for
Oh, wow. Yeah, that was an amazing talk with Mr. Darren Reed. I always enjoy talking to him. I really enjoy the way he talks, and he's certainly one of the more eloquent speakers I've ever encountered. So yeah, we're looking for more people to bring ideas forward to Center Stage if we can help develop it, and do an episode of Center Stage. So we're almost to the very end. I can't believe everybody stuck with me this long. We've still got like 22 people there. That is awesome. I'm amazed. I was worried it was going to be too short.
Good show.
So that's lesson learned. We got to really carefully plan the time. Lesson learned. But is there anything real quick, Shanna, you would like to mention?
Oh, this has been a fantastic show. You really can tell that you're you've had the DJ set, where you can talk all afternoon and just entertain and play bits and have involvement. It's a really, really nice model, and I enjoyed it. I can see why people stayed.
Yeah. Yeah. So it pretty much came out the way I planned it. Like a nice little, well, long in this case, but a nice news magazine format. So I think it came pretty close to what I envisioned. So I've kind of impressed myself. Oh, and thank you so much for helping, Shanna. I really appreciate everything you've done with those 21.5-hour editing days. So amazing. And I was, burning the midnight oil myself with preparing some of the material last night as well. I think it was like 5 o'clock in the morning when I got a little snooze. Yeah, the opening song, I couldn't believe how long it took. But I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it, and I'm glad to hear that other people have enjoyed it. I'd like to thank Carlos as well. I don't know if are you there, Carlos?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Yeah, thank you for all of your help and going to the moon for me and cutting that crazy promo, man. I love that. I think we're kindred spirits, man.
Yeah, I want to thank both you and Shanna for doing everything that you did, because it forced me to kind of do that promo for you, and I'm super glad I did, because I got to use CapCut for the first time doing that. So yeah, thanks to you.
Yeah, and it's thanks to your performance on center stage that helped propel me here. You and other people before me who have done excellent presentations, and you helped lift me up with your great Do It Live.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. Oh man, that's awesome. Makes me feel great. Thanks.
Yeah, you helped lift me and other people before you. Everybody else lift me up, and I hope I've lifted it up a notch thanks to you. And now somebody's going to come and lift it up thanks to me. I hope.
Well, we're going to have like a Do It Live on steroids on Friday for the Christmas party.
Oh,
they'll need all your help.
Can't wait.
Yeah. So yeah, we might reach out to people for a little bit of help here and there on different things, and that's going to be a lot of fun. So that's coming up. I had a really great time. I haven't had this much fun since doing the radio show back in the old days. Right? This felt really good today. This felt really good. So we're about to come with a closing number, but I just want to let's see how I used to present the closing number back in the old days.
Before you get to the very end, so you want me to play the closing number and then just play the bumper right after it?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I used to have a certain way to announce the closing song on my show, and it's been a long time, but it was something like this. Thank you for listening to this week's episode of Do It Live. I've certainly had a great time bringing it to you, and I certainly hope you'll be joining Autonomy again for more fun on Do It Live. This is Captain Doc Rock of the Starship Flipside signing off this episode of Do It Live. This song is dedicated to everybody in Autonomy. I promise it will lift you up. I really appreciate everybody. Thank you.
Fortunate one with your new paisley vest, a different view, always looking for some peace of mind. Who knows what you'll find? The funky little things get all blown up. I try to ease the pain, I can't remember my name. There's no one else to blame, but when I ask this guy's opinion about what he thinks is going on, don't go astray. It's just another day in western sky, shooting stars at you, big western sky. That's what gets me through, big western sky. It gets me through. You know it gets me through, babe. Even just a minute to catch my breath. Some go right, some get left behind. I'm gonna learn how to fly. I wanna live high above the clouds, afraid to fall, afraid to touch the ground. It gets me too far down, but when I ask you sister's opinion about what it thinks is going on. Don't go straight. It's just another day in western sky. Shooting stars at you, big western sky. That's what gets me through. Yeah, when the funky little things get all blown out, I try to keep my head and chin lifted up to the sky. That's what gets me through, big western sky. It gets me through. Alright, come on, get me high. Big western sky, shooting stars at you, big western sky. That's what gets me through. Yeah, when the funky little things get all blown out, I try to keep my head and chin lifted up to the sky. That's what gets me through, big western sky. Gets me through. You should have seen the sky. Oh, you should have seen the sky. Oh, it's gonna get you high. The big western sky. It's gonna do you right. Yeah, the western sky. Oh, the western sky. It's gonna get you
I gotta stop share and reshare to switch the screen here.
I forgot to bring in my Van Halen Happy Trails. I would play Happy Trails at this point after playing the closing song. Annual tradition, Happy Trails. Weekly tradition.
Ready, set, go.
Woo! Well, it felt good. I hope everybody enjoyed it.
Yeah, that was probably the most high production Do It Live I've ever seen, at least that I'm aware of.
Here, here.
Yeah, that was so good to both of you, Doc and
Wow.
Shan. That was very, very lovely, and it was so much fun. Congratulations. That was awesome.
It's good you waited till late in the season, because if you'd have done that at the beginning, you would have intimidated everybody and they would have said, we can never live up to that standard. And then you would have had to do it the whole season. So well played.
Set
That was
the
good
bar
work.
high. Set the bar high. Hopefully we've inspired other people to get the lift and beat this, right? Improve on
Yeah,
this.
do likewise.
Yeah. And we keep lifting
And look,
each other.
I fixed that light issue. Look, I fixed it. I found a stick where I could put my light higher.
Looks good.
Yes, we can see the Agnieszka and the tequila. We had tequila before our interview. We exchanged tequila shots. And we'll probably have a couple more now Monday night.
Yeah, but I probably should have a better shot glass than this one I've been using.
Oh my God. You're going to pass out and miss the end of the movie.
I'm Polish. That's all you need to know. I don't pass out. Polish power.
Yeah. Rich, did you catch the opening song, the job we had done for the opening song?
I did not. I was taking down a Christmas tree during the opening song. Like taking it, I was sawing it down, not taking it down. Like after Christmas was like, you have to saw it first to put it up. So that's where I was on the ground when you were doing that.
Oh, cool.
What was the opening song?
Hello, Hooray by Alice Cooper. And I had images and effects for people from Autonomy put all through it. So it worked really good to celebrate the people of Autonomy and Autonomy.
Here, I'm going to see if I can show you guys this. I'm not supposed to use my phone while driving, so let's see if this works.
Okay.
Are you guys able to see anything yet?
Really quiet.
Or do I have
no,
to?
it's black. Oh.
All right, so you guys can see that. All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to drive past all these cars. It's like.
Oh wow.
Look at that.
They are decked out for Christmas there.
That looks so American.
Yeah, it's pretty American. Like they saw Griswold's and they said we can go bigger. This is just one people's house, but they do that.
I think
every
they
year.
saw Disneyland and they thought we
my
could go bigger.
Golly.
All right, now I gotta take you off video so I can keep driving.
That's a very impressive display.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's definitely Christmas National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation there.
Yeah, for sure.
How did you feel about CNN cutting into the transmission?
It's always surprising to see what the breaking news is, and I was sorry to hear that Santa got arrested.
Yeah, I mean the police state is nefarious. I mean they stop at nothing, right? They block Christmas and the climate cabal. They're just ruining everything. We had to leave some ideas behind. Like we did have an idea for another CNN, like a Trumper, a trailer for CNN, like a minute and a half type of trailer talking about the news stories that
they don't tease my Christmas bits.
Anyway, we had other things that didn't get done, so we're going to
keep
work on
working.
other things.
We're gonna keep working.
Yeah, so I got to get some music ready for this Christmas party as well. I'll download a few things. Some Twisted Sisters.
Hey Doc, just so you know, you're getting quieter and quieter. I'm not sure what's going on with your audio there.
Maybe the internet's dropping out or something.
Yeah, it sounds pretty
Suddenly you
consistent.
got louder again.
Oh, there you go.
What about now?
Yeah, it's a lot better than it was. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for letting me know. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I think CNN was slowly phasing you out, Doc. But I, for one, am having a wonderful afternoon, and thank you both, Shanna and Doc, and all of the interviewees. What a wonderful afternoon. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was. I don't know exactly how or why I got the news magazine style format in mind, but it developed after watching some previous excellent Do It Lives, and I said, you know, this is great, and I can do good, and maybe I can bring a little better. I raised my game, and I encourage other people to raise their game and do better than this. Bring it on. Pass me. Lift me up. Or lift yourself up, and I'll lift up from you. we'll be excellent to each other.
Rising tide lifts all boats.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. And we had, that's in the GTW Christmas card that we, Stefano made, and I did the voiceover for. We're talking about lifting all boats.
No, that's good. I like the pre-recorded interviews. Gave me some ideas for some future shows.
Right. Yeah. So there's a lot of ways you can go with that, and it was all learning for me. So the idea to have pre-recorded was to shorten the show, but it didn't work. But obviously, I need to learn to sort of shepherd things and move people around to what I want. So there's a lot to be learned from this as well, and maybe some editing would help. Even though I had two editors who actually could have helped, I chose to keep the Nimitz interview and the Darren Reed interview to full length because I thought there was so much good in it. I didn't want anything taken out of it, so I thought it was worth it. That was a choice in that case. Any other comments, Mike?
Yeah, I would just say super well done. I mean, everything you guys have done this week has been really excellent, and honestly, I've really been impressed, like coming back and just like, it's like, I'm coming back to a whole new autonomy. Like you guys are really, engaging and, all the promos and stuff like that, you're really demonstrating, what can be done with the knowledge and the experience and the energy that you bring to the table. I really feel like you're inspiring everybody to, raise the game, and so I'm seriously impressed. And man, I feel kind of inadequate, honestly, that I've been trying to put out content for a while and my content looks like garbage next to this. But
I used CapCut for the editing. I found it simple and intuitive. Once I started using it a little bit, I would learn more and more. And I could see the difference from my first interview with Tim.
Mm-hmm.
That was the first one I did. And I improved as an interviewer as well. Like I liked Tim's interview. He was great. I wasn't happy with myself on that one. So I tried to improve, and I think I did improve as the week went along.
What I'd like to know is a little bit about your idea process. How did you go about like that Brekkie Club thing? That was great. And, what I really loved about it was like you're at your local places and you're talking to real people and you're really kind of demonstrating, the skills that we're learning here in autonomy. You're actually applying them in the real life to real people and, and really like showing what's possible, like you can introduce yourself. And I'm sure that like that, that restaurant manager that you talk to, he's going to remember you for a long time. Every time you go in that place, he's going to remember you for sure, and it's just that little interaction that you did. But, I think it's important, like that's one of the things that, I really feel as far as, how we go about communicating. And certainly one of the things, Richard suggests about, intellectual self-defense is really kind of preempting that by getting out there and talking to people and really looking for the excellent people that are in your real world and, patting them on the back, because I certainly think that we could do, as far as service to our community, but also service to ourselves, by recognizing excellence everywhere we find it.
Thank you very much, Mike. I really appreciate your praise. Thank you very much. How does everybody hear me okay now? Is it all right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so a lot of the stuff developed by accident. Well, I shot a short promo with my breakfast. That was my own idea. The one where I've got my breakfast, the Do It Live signs are popping out, and then the bacon and eggs spells out Do It Live. So I didn't really know that it was going to get edited up at the time I was making it. I was just saying, hey, this is a short video to promote Do It Live. And so then Shanna is involved with the project, and that changed a lot of things because she's taken my idea and she's building on it. Now I'm getting ideas, seeing the stuff that she's doing. So her talk with that restaurant manager in California inspired me to talk to Dave here at the Wellbeing Cafe. That was the inspiration, well, if she can do it, I can do it. So she put herself out, and then I put myself out that little bit extra.
Can we tell them what the Brekkie Club is really about? Can I
Yeah,
let the
sure.
cat? Okay, I'll let the cat out of the bag. Okay, well, we have this secret idea where we're putting together proposals to people in our community to manage their social media pages. So these breakfast establishments, I'm going to do my nail place. There's a couple of, we're finding and hearing more and more people that need help and don't have it. And so we're working on some trades and some payments and something, working on a proposal. So we've been over breakfast, over virtual breakfast, we've been planning out how we're going to strategize, making some money and turning what we're doing into a little side business of helping people around us.
And I can somehow see this thing where we're talking like for an hour or 2 or 3, maybe once a week. And we're just maybe got some foolish clips made or something, or we're finding clips and we play it and we talk about it. We talk to random people. I could see this. I could see something like this happening, right?
Yeah, that sounds excellent. Wow. Great.
So with the skills that I've got, and Shanna is like a beast for editing. She is amazing. So I cut the White Wine Wolf Spritzer skits with I had the CNN background. I made the bumper with the breaking news CNN intro and outro. I sent an early. Well, actually, I sent a redone White Wine Wolf Spritzer before I made those to Stefano. He suggested I shorten like the intro and everything, gave me some tips. So that's why the intro and the outro were pretty more smooth, more crisp. It seemed to really work.
I shortened them again.
Yeah. So, and that's cool because it worked, right? It worked. And so I told Shanna what I was planning for these skits. I said, where do you want me to be? Where do you want me to position in the screen? And she said, well, just stay in the middle. And I told her, what the idea of what I wanted, a graphic or a video of Santa Claus being arrested, and she found it. And I said, there's going to be talking about Rudolph and Santa having too many hoes. Right. And man,
yeah, wow. I love that. I love that Al Gore skit and like how that fit together. That was just hilarious.
So
absolutely great.
Yeah. So then I thought about my buddy Al Gore when we're thinking about Rudolph and the bright red nose and the cabal attacking Christmas, right? Trying to take joy out of people. And So yeah, and then I thought about that clip because I without any framing comedy, that clip is so hilarious and over the top, right? It is just nuts. So anyway, I thought, wow, this will be perfect to use for Rudolph. This is Al Gore talking about Rudolph's bright red nose. And yeah, so I cut that out of the video, and it seemed to work really good. It was about 20 seconds long, what I cut out. Another thing that I think really worked for this is we didn't play one thing off of YouTube or anything. So I downloaded the assets to here, and I did what I wanted to do with bumpers and such, or I didn't add any bumpers to some, but Shanna added some after, like the SCTV skits and stuff. So yeah,
I wanted people to see the date for the Christmas party.
Nothing wrong with that. Every opportunity to promote is always a good one. So I don't know if you notice, I sort of have that too with my my Zoom backdrop. It's usually the movie that's coming up to be covered on Monday night. Now this week, because it's Do It Live and it's very special for me, and we're doing the Do It Live, that's the backdrop. And yeah, so there was no queuing up YouTube and getting hammered by an ad or something. I downloaded the assets, did what I wanted to do, and then on Circle, you can transfer really large assets. So basically, almost everything got transferred to Shanna last night, because some of them, like, I think Darren's interview was like, after the processing I did with CapCut, it was like a 1.5 gig or something. So some of them turned out huge. So there's still stuff for me to learn. So I noticed Shannon's video files are much smaller. I noticed that. So maybe there's some settings I can adjust so I don't have to have these gigantic, bulky files. But I like that better than just queuing up stuff on YouTube, because sometimes you're not exactly sure what you're going to get. And well, I'm talking about ads, right? And I ain't paying for their premium because they have obliterated so much creators and content that I enjoy. So I'm really not into paying for their premium. I don't think so.
Well, I've got a question for Shanna, but before I ask my question, it looked like Sabir, did you have something you were waiting to jump in on?
No, nothing acute. I would have said, well done. Well done.
Yes, thank you, Sabir. Thank you so much.
You're certainly setting new standards. Hassan and I will not try to compete with you. We'll give it a go next Saturday, and we'll only go for an hour.
I really didn't plan on 3 hours.
You'll need to find some other guys to take you up on your challenge.
Well, we'll be here to help you, Sabir. We'll help you out.
Yeah, you mean if there's anything that we could sort of help you along with, don't be shy. And
all right.
Yeah, no pressure, Sabir.
no
pressure.
I have no idea what's going to happen. I don't know.
There
what's
should be
gonna
no
happen.
pressure.
I would suggest that instead of a competition, everybody wins here. So
exactly, that's the idea. I want people to get ideas and come with the better thing, and I can learn from that, and I can come with a better thing.
Yeah, one of the things I wanted to share that I started seeing, all the time that Dean and Shanna put into this. He interviewed all kinds of people for this, right, Dean? And I think it really kind of brought, at least I felt this way. It kind of brought everyone together almost. At least that's how I felt being part of it.
I actually was going to interview more, but turned out to be plenty.
Yeah.
I didn't leave anyone behind. Now, as it was progressing, I was kind of thinking, oh my God, this is getting long. But Richard chimed in, gave me that vote of confidence. No, keep going. This is great. Keep it going. Don't worry about the length. So that was a really big help when he he said that, and he put me at ease that I just keep going, and we're doing it live. It's long, but we're doing it live.
And we're still going. And I have a question for Shanna. It was Dean's standard question at the end of his interviews. He would ask, so what went into this for you to get your project going? So I want to ask Shanna, and then Dean as well. But first, Shanna, what went into this from your perspective? Because what a great effort and a great result.
Thank you. Well, I didn't know what I was going to be able to produce. So it was a really big experiment to see what I was capable of. And then I was gaining, it was like the first time I've had timeline, deadlines for digital stuff. So it really pushed me. And then like the footage in front of the coffee shop had license plates. So I had to figure out how to cover the license plates and things like that. So it was like my school. It was like my trivium school to do it, was to learn the things that I was deficient in. And I love doing the video editing and all this production, but I had just skimmed the top. And so I determined to just do everything I'd ever wanted to do. And I've always wanted to do funny videos and have friends and, be involved in things like that. So I just gave myself permission, and I wrote myself up a gold ticket and got to work. And then, but my strategy was a bit twofold. And one of the things I wanted to say was, none of this could have happened just with one person. That was like some of the beauty of it, was the more people that started coming into it, the more it was more fun, and it became bigger and richer. And now this just couldn't have happened without everybody coming together. And it's a really special thing. We're just really appreciative. So I'm getting ready for the Christmas party, and my ideas for the Christmas party was to make it like a bigger do it live, and use the do it live model for the Christmas party. And so I was taking footage and doing things like that, and I found Doc working. And so just kind of anybody that was working, I'd chat with in the mornings, and we'd start putting stuff together. And there wasn't like a thought out plan. I just wanted to put out content every day to promote. And I knew that promoting Do It Live would promote the Christmas party, and I would be able to use footage for both. And so we're going to take clips from the interviews. I'm going to cut them down into a montage, and we'll have a nice production for the Christmas party that, from what Doc put together, of people talking about what this has done for them and how it's going with their projects.
Beautiful. What a wonderful superpower you have. And so, Dean, what went into this for you? I know you've been talking a bit about it here and there, answering questions, but do you have anything to add about what went into this production for you?
Oh man, it's been a labor of love. I've been blessed with a lot of people helping me. I didn't know until last Saturday that me and Shanna were going to have this amazing alliance team up that's yielding so much good work. So originally, Carlos was going to be the shadow host. And Shanna says, no, I'm going to message Carlos and get involved.
No, that's not how it happened. No. I told Carlos that I would shadow host him, like I'd be his shadow host.
Yeah.
But I guess that's not a thing. And so he's like, yeah, no, you're shadow hosting.
Right. Yes.
Anyway, it's worked out amazingly. It's really worked out. So I had a vision going back, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks to do this as a news magazine show with some variety to it, with some comedy into it, because I like lampooning certain things, such as mainstream media. I think it deserves to be lampooned. They need it. So inject a bit of my personality into it with the radio host type presentation. And I'm just someone who I haven't had it so much the past few years, but I'm just looking for a place to perform a lot of times. I miss the radio show, and I like trying to do comedy. Haven't always been the best, but I have been involved with local drama clubs here. I have directed a play and a half. I've acted in many, many productions. I've been a sound guy for many productions, backstage guy for many productions with the local theater group, the Carol Players.
I'm calling the union.
What was that, Nick?
I heard you say you were a sound guy. I said, I'm calling the union.
Yeah. I was, yeah, I did sound. Now, when I was doing it with the theater, this was before the digital revolution basically took over all the aspects in the sound booth. I was still using analog tapes in the sound booth to do these productions. It was tricky queuing up the sound stuff, but I always made my cues. Right? You have to be very, very carefully prepared. What's that,
All right,
Shannon?
that sounds like I stole your idea. Maybe you got to call the union on me.
Shannon, you did an amazing job. It was really good. I mean, considered we never did like a run through or anything. Like, it was unrehearsed. We just we had a meeting noon. Hey, Shanna, these are the assets that you should have. So we just went through the list of assets. We didn't have the order. I had a rough idea in my head. So then I put together an order. We had another meeting. This is the order. I sent her a screen cap of, I did it on Notepad and just sent her a screen cap to help her out. And I guess, yeah, you could see the thumbs up. It helped her out. So I got a certain order, and I think it came out really good. I thought there was a really good sort of trajectory to the show with I think the comedy came in at the right moments, and the select clips came in at the right moments. The interviews came in at the right moments, and it was like the ultimate sort of end to the show with the big interview with Darren, and just talking about where we might go with an anti-war message on center stage.
Beautiful. If you had done any rehearsals, you wouldn't have been doing it live. So you did it live.
Correct.
And and I love when the first CNN break came in. That was really precious.
Actually,
and I must say that the form that you are taking, you are transforming right before our very eyes, Doc Rock, and I appreciate it, and keep going.
Thank you, Dave. Your kind words are greatly appreciated. It's definitely helps put the wind beneath my wings type thing. You know, you're lifting me up, man. I'm glad I lifted you up. You're being excellent to everybody here in Autonomy.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in too and say great job, you two. It was yeah, and the editing is great on those little ads that you're putting out there. You put me into one of them, so that's what got me over here.
Oh yeah.
And it was great to see the autonomy journey. You got all the students, and so the old students from all as far back as season 1 up to the season 10, and I've been struggling about the idea of putting together a podcast myself, and this is a lot of inspiration.
Oh, here we go. This is the idea, giving people other people ideas, right? So that's a huge win. That's a huge win.
I just wanted to chime in and say great work. We're all on our autonomy journeys here, and look forward to what you guys are bringing in the future.
Yeah, the next one. Woo, woo.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for that feedback. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I've been really blown away. So, Shanna and I, of course, are in season 10 together, and it was just amazing watching her from the beginning pick up with what she was learning at Pro Media and just blow up. I mean, she's been amazing. I swear I've never. I wish she's been a real inspiration, you know, and and she's just been a real tour de force. And I also wanted to say, Doc, I'm really impressed with you sticking with CapCut for 21 hours to edit the opening video. You know, well done, because that's, I understand what you were going through, you know, especially as kind of like a beginner and all that, you know, you have to deal with all this stuff that pops up that you didn't know about before you started the process. So
right,
hey, remember, it takes 20 hours to learn how to do something, so you're you know your stuff now.
yeah. Now, maybe with that little bit of experience, going to make the next sort of opening song or whatever, with all these different pictures and effects, maybe DaVinci or something might be better. Maybe it's Canva. I've yet to explore what that can do.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. You know,
But
just don't leave it till the last minute if you're going to use a more sophisticated program.
right, yeah. So that's the thing. At least I know a bit of how to use CapCut now. So I mean,
Yes.
the stuff I've learned and the experience I've gathered just from putting all this together has been great. It's been exhilarating putting all this together and having all the great people helping me
Yeah.
is what made this show. It couldn't be just me, right?
Yep.
Right. It was
Yep.
with the hard work of other people helping me out. Quite
Absolutely.
a few. Yeah,
And
thank
well
you,
done,
Lee.
everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, we gotta play you some Hanoi Rocks sometime.
Oh yeah, good stuff.
Yeah.
In fact, it's funny, I had to see my doctor the other day, and we were having a good laugh about how we see Mike Monroe everywhere around town.
Oh.
Good stuff.
Well, if you're ever talking to Mike Monroe, tell him he was Hanoi Rocks and Mike Monroe solo material was played extensively on my show back in the day. Like, I definitely did everything I could to promote him in this tiny area here at the time.
Oh wow, I will definitely let him know. I think he'll
yeah.
really enjoy hearing that.
Yeah.
And it's so cool. He still dresses the same way. He's really that guy, you know? He's not
Yeah.
just a persona. He's actually that person.
Yeah, a lot of people have mistakenly pigeonholed Hanoi Rocks as a glam band, but they're definitely not a glam band.
They started glam. I mean, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, they're hard to classify. They're like a garage band, punk band.
What's the title of somebody, remember from the movie night? What's the title of the person that makes the hookup that connects people? The connector. Lee's the connector. Maybe there's an interview there. Maybe you can get an interview for your new rock radio show.
There we go.
That'd
Michael
be
Monroe,
cool.
live from Finland.
Hey,
Thanks
Mike,
to
come
Lee.
on over to my tiny apartment so you can do an interview on Zoom with me.
I wanted to give a quick call out too before I forget that John messaged me as soon as it was determined that I was going to do it live, and he offered to do the shadow hosting for me. Like, he reached out. I just want to call him out and appreciate that. That's somebody else in autonomy who's really trying to help out and really put himself out there to support other people. So I really appreciate that, John. I think he's still there. It's John. Is it Ty? Yeah, he's still showing there.
Yeah, if you're on, John, come say hi. We love you. We so appreciate you.
Yeah, when I'm
here.
Hey, John.
Hi there.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge you for reaching out to me for offering to shadow host.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I thought I was free this weekend. I'm not normally free on Saturday, so I thought I would offer myself up. So yeah, it looks like you got you went way beyond what I was gonna do. So
Yeah,
good
yeah.
job on that.
Yeah, like it's just funny how things work out. When I first talked about doing this, I was going to try and get Stefano to help, but he's busy with a lot of things. He would have made time to do this if there was nobody else. Then Carlos, and then Shanna, and boom, great show. But thank you, John. It was very kind for you to offer. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
I have a couple of things to add, if you don't mind.
Yes,
I think you did a
sir.
great job. I think
Oh,
you did a great
thanks,
job.
Nick. Thank
Thanks
you.
for the show. I was doing work downstairs, and it was great to listen to you. And I can also second the Shauna help thing. She definitely helped me out with all my stuff that I did.
Yeah.
I don't think I could have done it without her for sure.
Yeah, it's for
So
real,
if,
man.
if anybody has has anything going on, hit her up because she's great to work with. And the other thing is, Dave, if you're still there, that beard's looking pretty good. I think Michael and I are gonna have to teach you the handshake soon. Get you into the club.
Yeah. I think I'm going to send Dave a couple of Labrador retrievers.
I had my beard so long at one point I had to have it tied up like yours. I had hair ties, but lately I've been trimming it myself, as you can tell. But anyway, who knows what happens next? Love you guys.
Thanks, Dave.
I like where you're going with it, Dave. Let it go. It gets cold. You're in Maine, right, Dave? It gets cold up there. You need that.
Yeah, it's cool.
That's why I started mine. I work outside in the cold a lot, so it's helpful. Mother Nature was looking out for me.
Beautiful.
This morning I was talking to Michael about his ethical emergence course. I sound like this because I have a huge bite of sandwich in my mouth. And I just couldn't believe, like, listening to your whole conversation you just had was a prime example of exactly what Michael was trying to describe to me this morning about working together, how we can accomplish so much more in that group of three. It's just, thank you so much for really taking the time to verbalize all of that, because that just, the synchronicity is beautiful.
I was thinking about Mike's words the whole time. When we became a group of three, I'm like, we're a group of three. I lost it. It was great.
Yeah, I mean, when I was talking to Mike, I mean, there was a huge conversation outside of the recorded interview. I mean, we could have just kept going for hours. I mean,
Yeah, we used up what is it? The Zoom 40-minute segment.
yeah,
we
we could have kept going.
And yeah, we've got cut off.
Yeah. So there's lots more great things to come.
Awesome.
Thanks, Hannah.
Absolutely. I can't wait to watch the replay because I missed the first part. I came into the second part. So I'm super excited. You guys have built up much anticipation for me.
Okay. Well, I can't wait to hear what you think of the opening.
Me too. I can't wait to see it now. When is it going to get posted?
I don't know, because I don't know where this is being recorded to. I hit recording for the cloud, so I'm not sure what happens from there. You got anything to say on it? Are you still there, Carlos?
It's being recorded. Yeah, of course, let us know too. But it's being recorded to the Autonomy's cloud, and hopefully, I'm getting a backup recording too. So as soon as it's rendered, Zoom usually takes a couple of hours, so it'll be it'll be in a few hours after the presentation.
Ooh, thank you.
Yeah, and our DVD box set will be out next week. Bonus features. Yeah, we'll have it in 8 DVDs and special features.
So the beauty of doing it live is you don't have to have a special blooper feature because it's all in there.
Yeah. Yeah. But I think it all went off pretty dang smooth considering all the cues we had and everything.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Yeah. I counted 19 assets to be queued up, and I think there was actually more because
20.
I forgot to put the banana.
Yeah,
the
20.
banana failure clip. That was fun.
Luckily, I had it.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's a good. I could have shot you that one pretty quick. Anyway, it's a small file, but I seem to remember sending it to you, and yeah, that was legendary back in the day at the source with the other managers. Like they couldn't believe it. They thought it was, some of them thought I was a wild man for some reason. I don't know why they would think that. What's their problem?
So you guys, you said that you were, potentially marketing to businesses, your services. Would you mind talking a little bit about that? Because I really feel like we as a group could help you out in that regard, because I certainly feel like even, Ashley with her podcast, a lot of what you did, I think is, they're marketing assets that if you you can play them forever, like some of those videos you could just play forever, and they're going to be classics.
We're building these digital assets, right?
Yeah.
We're building that library.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how does that work for a potential business that wants to be marketed on the web and they don't know anything?
So here's my thing. Now there's a local restaurant here. They only post on social media about once every 2 or 3 weeks. So that's the opening, right? They should be posting daily on their social media, at least on Facebook. That seems to be the thing that sort of helps the most in this small market. This is only a small area, right? This is Lab City is about 8,000-9,000 people. It's probably, I don't know, 2,000 or 3,000 or so in Wabush, something like that. So this is a small restaurant in Wabush, and they're not putting anything out on social media except for every 2 or 3 weeks. So I guess they don't have an interest, or so now that I'm clear or finished my big do it live thing and getting all this together and making sure this came out good. Now I can go over and have a conversation with the owner, manager, and just listen to his needs, right? I'm not going over there thirsty or anything like that. And just find out what his needs are, like who dines here, and who do you want to dine here? What are your wants? What are your needs with your business? And when I get the information, I can offer some help and offer a solution, just like we learn in autonomy with the sales. Listen for the information and see what we can do to help, see what solutions we can have. So the starting point would be simply to populate his Facebook and any other sort of social media that he wants to pursue. That would be a starting point, and then see what else from there. So the initial offer might be do it for free for a couple of days, or give me a free breakfast and a bit of money for gas. It's 5 kilometers away. It's not a big, long, crazy journey by any means, but it is with that cheap Canadian gasoline. So I think there was a price drop. Actually, I gassed up yesterday. It's like $1.68 or something a liter. $1.66 was kind of a significant price drop, but that's still very expensive gasoline. So you put that out to $1 per gallon, it's up there. It's really up there. Right. So it'd be something like that, something simple. Hey, let's do this for a week and see if this helps you, or like, what are your other concerns? What can I do to boost your business? Like I know, I don't know how I would solve this problem that I know that they have, is getting people to work. Right. Getting people to show up and be reliable and be excellent. Now, if you could solve that, that would be a huge help for them.
Yeah,
So
that seems
what
that's that you were, Shanna in her interview that they kind of mentioned that about,
Yeah.
help is hard to find these days.
Right. It's that guy said it there in California.
Yeah.
Right. So it's a different way here. It's a different thing here. It's they just can't get local people to work these jobs in restaurants. It is really, like, it's a problem all across North America, but it's amplified here because people got that job with the mind in the back of their head. Like, I'm going to get a job with the mind tomorrow or next week or next year. I've seen people quit at the store, at the source. Said, I want a job driving trucks with IOC. That's the big mine, right? Oh, okay. So he never had a job lined up or an interview, but he quit because he thought, I don't know, I guess he thought he was too big for this type of job, or, it could have been a good idea for him to just keep working until he got an interview and had a chance at getting that $40 an hour truck driving job with IOC. But yeah, it just seems to sort of this mentality, which amplified here, just seems to affect people harder in Lab City and Wabash. The thought of getting on with the mines. So it's, and this is like a rich, or it's not rich, but it's sort of it's middle class, upper middle class, almost across the board. So a lot of kids come up spoiled. Like, I remember back when I was having trouble recruiting for the store back around 2008, 2009, talking to a gentleman. He came into the store. He almost sounded like that doctor on The Simpsons. You still? No, I saw him at McDonald's one morning. I was picking up coffee before work, and he came up. He said, "You still having trouble finding people to work for you?" Right? He said, "It's partly my fault." He said, "I got the son and daughter home, and they're finished school, and they're not working, and I'm providing them with vehicles and giving them gasoline and everything, money for gasoline to keep them going. So those kids are, it's bad for them. It's bad for their development. It's like this extra sense of privilege. This is common here with the way this area works with that sort of IOC gravy train that people get into, and it hurts small business. It hurts the restaurants and all the retail. It is just devilishly hard to get people to work for you. Now, most of the owners are with government programs, the restaurants and a lot of the stores and the hotels. The hotels would all be closed if they didn't have these programs to bring in foreign workers that mostly come from the Philippines. So, and then on top of that, if you're like a restaurant owner and you want these workers to come in, you need to buy homes so that you can have 4 or 5 or 6 people in one home. You can't squat too many in, obviously. Be unethical. So for a business owner here, you almost need to have this extra war chest to buy houses, to buy homes, to house your foreign workers. Because they simply can't get the locals to do these jobs. I experienced it. Managing the store, it was beyond difficult to get people to come in and learn and be patient. And you learn some skills here and you work way up into the next job. You learn some more skills and you can move on to another job. It's there's no ethics. There's no, hey, I'm gonna do the best I can for my employer. There's no sense of being eager to please or anything. None of that. It is really wild. And I think this is North America wide now, I think, pretty much. From what I hear about businesses, pretty much anywhere. Florida, anywhere. They're having trouble getting people to work. But just to a different degree here. It's magnified here because of this thing with the mines. Everybody's got this pie in the sky. I'm going to get a job at the mines. Pie in the sky. But you can't just conjure it up from out of nowhere.
I wouldn't mind commenting on that for a minute. I think that just that mindset and the idea of like just quitting your job or pulling the ripcord and getting away from things. I'm not against that sometimes. I've definitely done it myself. And I've called it Cortez syndrome in the past.
Yeah.
I'm not motivated unless I have a fire underneath me sometimes. And sometimes that's how I have to do it. And I do it like this. This is my formula is if a job or something is taking up too much residence in my mind, if I have to think about that job or what I have to do or what's going on too much and too often to focus on the things that I really want to do, then it's Cortez time. It's time to burn the ships and get out of Dodge.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to ask you, Dean, if I could sneak this in, I had a question for you before. You were playing a Clint Eastwood clip before. Was that Outlaw Josie Wales? Was that movie was from?
Correct.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
I was in the middle of doing stuff. I haven't watched that movie in a long time, and I'd like to see it again. So thanks for reminding me about that.
Yeah. So it's still in my mind from doing Josie Wales there on Movie Night Madness about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I thought it was just pertinent to bring that anti-war message as well from an unexpected place, Hollywood.
I think you should make it a pro-peace message instead.
Yeah. Pro-peace, yeah, definitely. We need more of that in this world. Yeah, so we're gonna have a conversation with the man and just see what his needs are, and then calmly and politely offer help and possible solutions. That's my thrust on that. Now I'd be looking for ideas of what other things we might be able to do to help the guy, right? So, so I need to have that conversation with him, which should come soon. Like I'll prepare some assets to say, hey, this is what your daily social media post could look like. Here's a short 15-second video of what it might look like, possibly with your voiceover or something like that. This is what we can do for you, like every morning type thing.
And Shanna, are you doing the same thing on your end as well? Are you marketing to businesses in your local area?
Yeah, well, it started with the one I was getting my nails done, and the nail shop owner created a little boutique where she like glues sparkly stuff onto toilet paper holders, and she was trying to sell them to people that were coming in the store, and one of the ladies asked like, "Hey, are you selling these on Facebook?" And she's like, "No, I don't have anybody to run it." So I asked a bunch of questions, and actually we ended up having like a big mastermind. Everyone getting their nails got involved, and everybody had ideas, and I was secretly collecting them. And I'm going to go back and do a proposal and propose to run their Facebook page in exchange for services.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll let you know how it goes. But yeah, I wanted to be able to have something to put together. I'm going to say, hey, I just did this campaign. I was posting every day. I had engagement. It led to this successful conclusion. And then I can, I can show that to them. And then, my dad's got to put something on Marketplace tomorrow or on Monday. I'm going to learn how to do it because I don't really even know how to do it, but I'm going to learn how to do it, get my dad all set up. While I'm teaching my dad, I'm going to make a course on how to start a Facebook Marketplace. Just found out my neighbor moved 300 items in the last few months on a brand new Marketplace job. So now I have another interview with a pro. And so it's kind of, I'm pulling this whole thing together. Now I have consult and I can present even a fuller thing. Like I just built one. I also have a pro who's successful as a consult, and it's an even bigger package now.
There's a TED talk where the speaker talks about how storytelling can really increase the perceived value of things. And he took like I don't know $150 worth of items, and he had people write stories and kind of create stories about each of the items, and then they put them on eBay. And he got something like, I don't know, $9,000 or something like that for the $158 stuff but they each had like a little story. And,
nice.
Like what you're demonstrating is like, you could take that story, you could turn it into something really creative. And I would just say that like that experiment could be really explosive because once you've demonstrated it once, and everybody's got that idea of how that works and an example of how it works, I really feel like we could all really benefit from that because, we're full of assets of stuff like in our garage and so forth. Just kind of doing that on the side maybe might be an interesting way to not only get in the mode of storytelling and using some of the like the authorship and the copywriting and all the stuff that we're getting introduced to here in Autonomy, but like creating those little stories that then allows us to tell our own story, because I do feel like that's one of the things that we're struggling with. A lot of people are struggling with is being able to communicate to others, what are the things that they bring to the table that are valuable. And like I think you've kind of demonstrated that today with the interviews, I mean, the way that you put this format together, I know more about all of those people, and it was in an interesting way, that you got it across, and it was pretty simple stuff, but I really feel like it is, you brought some creativity to the table. You threw some energy at it. It was exciting. I'm just so happy.
Thank you, Mike. So I think next time I want to get at least one interview with somebody outside of Autonomy somehow. So I got some ideas.
The elf didn't do it?
He was great. He was great. The other thing now for myself and Shannon and other people doing these types of things now, very important thing, getting those referrals and testimonials now. That's an important thing to build as well. Very important. So don't forget that. That being said, what is the proper way to have somebody give a testimonial, like a voice recording, write an email? What would be a
way
good
they'll
way?
give it to you. Anyway, they'll get. I've written testimonials and just had them sign it. Like, here, I wrote it for you.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, absolutely, it's valid. He signed it. I guess, yeah, I guess there's a few ways to go about it. But that's yeah, thing to think about out in the open. So get those testimonials, get those referrals. Right? And I want to get an interview or two with someone outside of autonomy. So that'll be a huge thing as well. That will be huge. So, and they might not necessarily be someone who is like a freedom type person. Like one person I was thinking about reaching out to, and I am going to reach out to anyway, is Martin Popoff. He's the Canadian heavy metal review guy. He is autonomous, actually, but he pumps out so much content. It is amazing. Like he is living it, right? He's doing it. So I guess it would be autonomous, but someone who's already autonomous outside of our little community. I think it'd be a great interview if I could get a hold of him. Like I have exchanged emails with him a few times through the years. I've bought stuff from him. Martin Popoff. There's a podcast he's a part of as well, The Contrarians. And he has something like 90 odd books, about 90 books published with his different takes on bands and album reviews and everything. He's got a lot published, and he's just constantly bringing out new content. Like I think it's if I could secure a little interview with him, and also at the same time I want to get some information from him about the online radio he's a part of. He's a part of Hard Radio. That's been streaming since 1995. So I don't know if he'd be willing to give up some knowledge on that and what's working things behind the scenes there, and what sort of licensing agreements they have to be able to play this music internationally since 95 without getting taken down.
Well, if you remember the Gatto story about the girl that wanted to interview and shadow the local New York City TV anchor, what Gatto said to her is, I guarantee you can do it, but it's gonna take some work. And you're going to have to make them a counter offer. Like you're going to have to show them how it's valuable to them.
Mm-hmm.
I certainly feel like, like if you approached him, with the fact that, you've already done some business with them. But if you're talking to him and you say, hey, I've got a community of people that love, or, potentially could love your work or buy other stuff from you, or, I think he'd see the benefit of doing an interview with you.
Yeah, precisely. And like I said, he is autonomous. He is living it all the way. Like it is amazing.
It sounds like it should be a slam dunk.
Yeah.
I challenge you to get that interview.
Here we go. Mike's throwing down the gauntlet. Yeah. Good job, Mike. That's awesome. So there we go. Challenge. Doc Rock interview Martin Popoff. We'll see what happens. And maybe that would be for a future Do It Live. You can keep it in the can. It doesn't have to come out the next day. Right? So yeah, and I would want like mini exclusive interviews with someone like that to sort of thinking ahead to where I need to build those email funnels and that type of thing. So your free thing to get the email could be a 3-minute revelation from Martin Popoff, free interview or free PDF or something like that. Like I think there's a way to get stuff like this done, and I think that's one of the ways to build lead magnets for what I want to accomplish.
Well, do he have a website? Does he sell? I mean, he sells stuff, right? So
Yeah,
you might bring his website to the copywriting clinic, the next copywriting clinic, and we can offer some suggestions in that regard.
There you go. Yeah, and I'm not sure, but maybe there's ways that yeah, we could do that, and maybe there's promotional material like he sends out an email. I don't know, probably every 3 or 4 weeks, every month or two, saying, "Hey, I got this new book," right? And yeah, you buy it directly from him. He usually just ships directly from himself, ships it out himself.
CNN is hijacking your sound again, Doc.
Uh-oh. Is it Russian hackers or Russian hookers?
Ah, that's better.
That's where I guess it was where I was moving the mic around, trying to get something to drink there. Maybe that was it. I wasn't being careful. Yeah, Russian hackers, Russian hookers butting into the broadcast. I had an idea for like a James Bond skit for a promo, but we'll get back to that. We're gonna get some of these things done. So I need the participation of local people to help me get that. I want walking into a bar and all this. So some stuff got left on the cutting room floor, but there's a lot of ways we can go with this. Yeah, and yeah, so I'm going to try and cut a music video or two for the Christmas party as well, and hopefully it'll be much quicker and not done the night before. But that was a really good style.
Yeah, thank you
impressed
to
myself.
everybody. Oh, thank you to everybody who brought cake and cocoa. I was taking screenshots of you. I saw who you were.
Yeah. Yeah, I was amazed that you had the Is Rock Dead thing cut out from somewhere. I was very impressed with that. For that animated GIF you made. Yeah, that was back from the copywriting clinic there, I think. That was a while back.
I found it on a poster on the street sign now on the corner. It was stapled.
Yeah. That was, yeah. I used to advertise the show the old-fashioned way, putting up mini posters all over town.
I found one of his old advertisements and I took the print off of it and used it in the campaign.
It was brilliant. Don't stop shooting for the stars like that. Just do it. Do it. Remember Ben Stiller in Starsky and Hutch? Do it. Do it. Just do it. Just do it.
My stomach's hurting.
Too
happy.
Yeah, so now I will read all of War and Peace. Page for page, cover to cover. And I will read it in mock Klingon. Mock Klingon, because I do not know Klingon.
I'm not. It's not gonna happen. No, don't do it.
Hilarious. It's pretty good.
Mock Klingon, War and Peace.
What if a real Klingon sees you and hears you and is offended by your lack of respect for the Klingon culture?
They have a good sense of humor.
Yeah, so Mock Klingon, War and Peace, 1,500 pages we got to get through. We all good?
I hope you got my Worf Star Trek joke because he had zero sense of humor.
What was that again?
Worf, he's a Klingon, Star Trek,
Yep.
Sense of humor. Zero sense of humor.
Yeah, you don't want to. I don't think you want to piss him off. I think he'll bring you that world of pain, I think.
Are you ready for me to turn off the recording?
No, we're supposed to keep it going until we end.
Okay.
That's what Carlos said. He wanted all the after show recorded, so So we keep going till I mean, I don't see an end in sight here. I mean,
keep going until everyone leaves.
That's it.
The last person goes out the door. That's the way it works at the bar.
Didn't you say something about this is the pre-Christmas party?
Yes.
We're just gonna keep it going.
It's starting now. Yes, it starts now and goes till Friday.
I could sit here as long as I'm making these manuals, you know, that might take a while.
Sweet.
You guys are stuck with me.
Where do you get those Second City television clips? Did you download those from YouTube?
Yeah, I just ripped those right from YouTube.
Okay.
Use
yeah.
the 4K video downloader. It's a free
What's
trial.
that called? Clip Grab, right? Clip Grab.
Oh, well, this one, there's a number of these products. This one's just called 4K Video Downloader by Open Media. It seems to work really great. I find it easy to use. And that's how I grab the SCTV ads and the movie clips. Is one thing I noticed with all the different things in autonomy is trying to get stuff to play off YouTube can be a little clumsy at times, especially when an ad just comes from out of
That
nowhere.
wants to play. It's like, hey,
Yeah.
you should watch an ad before you see this.
Yeah, or the ad pops randomly in the middle of it. That's a little annoying. So I had that idea to download it, do what I need to do with it, and then pass it on to my my shadow host, who did superb job. And you know, she fooled me. Even though I knew the CNN was busting in, the way she had her screen and what she was saying, she fooled me with the CNN busting in the first time. I mean, yeah.
Well done.
Yeah,
well
she
done.
fooled me. I mean, even though I knew it was coming, I knew it was supposed to be CNN. I said, "Oh, what's going on?" And I was gonna open my folder and look at the autonomy stuff for the week. I thought there was a real thing going.
That was really fun.
Yeah.
I didn't know if I was going to be able to pull that one off.
Yeah, you got me. I was there. Okay, I'll pull up the folder with the autonomy weekly thing, and we'll just go through that while she's sorting that.
I just did what I thought you would do to me.
Yeah. Revenge is sweet.
Let me say I switched to using the Brave browser, and I haven't been getting any ads on YouTube, so maybe look into that.
Yeah, that's true. The Brave browser will do that, and then you also have to watch out because YouTube has started to say you can't use ad blockers anymore, and they're making people turn off ad blockers on YouTube. So there are ways around that. You just gotta it has something to do with cookies and clearing your cookies and things like that. But yeah, Brave does that, but I think YouTube has started to say they give you like 3 tries and then they'll like make it really hard on you to play without ads.
I figured out a way around that, I guess, or I just said yes to disable this one plugin I had, and then after that it didn't pop up again. So I don't know. They didn't code it correctly.
Now what? So you
that
said
sounds like
yes,
that sounds like a
you
mini
said
course.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there
and
you
then
go.
you disabled the plugin.
So I looked up a video on YouTube, like a plugin to install to possibly block that out, enabled it, and then Braves gave me that pop-up 3 videos, and they'll stop playing them basically. But I just said, yeah, disable this plugin, and then I never saw that issue ever again, and I've been getting videos just fine. So I don't know. They didn't implement it correctly.
I don't
Should
play
post that
any
in,
YouTube video. I don't play any YouTube videos. I don't play any videos in the browser. I can't tolerate it. I use a command line program, so I avoid all of that completely. It's been a real sanity saver.
I bet.
I just pay the money.
Hey, whatever works, right? whatever works. Although, yeah, so that's a practice
Sounds
that I will
like
follow.
they're the mafia extorting money from you. We're gonna not stop harassing you till you pay us money.
Yeah, they don't harass you when you pay them. It's nice.
Yeah, it's too bad they purged all the content off YouTube. Otherwise, I would gladly pay for their premium. No problem. They got a great platform, and there's a lot of really nifty features and ease of use.
Yeah.
Hey, they're just trying to protect you. They're trying to protect you and keep you safe from misinformation. So, you know, hey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't, because I don't, all my content's not on YouTube, and there's nothing left on YouTube, but you know, the family plays some music and we have music in the household. So really it's like my music player. Yeah.
But that I can see an advantage to that, because there's nothing more annoying than I'm gonna have some music on and then add after every song or something like that. You know, that is so maybe there's a value there, because currently there's tons of great music on YouTube. Tons of it, which I download for Movie Night Madness, you know. But yeah, that's I thought that was one of the good workarounds I had, was I downloaded the videos and we didn't go off YouTube or any other streaming service. I thought it worked great. I thought it helped give us that little extra tighter production
way
into our big, long, what was it, 3-hour plus presentation? It was pretty wild. But I'm thankful that Richard chimed in when he did. I'm really thankful, because I wasn't panicking, but you know, say, wow, this is going kind of long. He gave me that little boost. Oh, thank you, Dave. Good night. So who's with the Do It Live for next week? Is it Sabir?
Yeah, it's Hassan and myself,
Okay.
and we have no idea what's gonna happen yet.
Okay. Hassan is helping you? Or are you just sort of sharing
You
the
two are
duties, or-
co-hosting?
I don't know yet. Maybe we need a co-host. We'll discuss that tomorrow. But
No, what I mean is, you two are both hosting. You're both going to be co-hosts.
Yeah. That's what I would prefer.
Okay.
To have somebody else to do co-hosting. That's not.
And you haven't figured out what you're going to talk about? Okay. If you need some ideas, I think Shanna's available.
I think we should run some Hogan's Heroes clips and have fun.
I think they already have ideas.
I'm sure he does.
I've heard
We
some
have some
rumors.
ideas. Yeah, we'll brainstorm.
You just don't want to
tomorrow
let the
and,
cat out of the bag. Okay.
Yeah. Now I'm intrigued.
But,
I like mystery.
But we'll get back to you, John. In case we get stuck with ideas, we'll hit you up.
Okay.
So there you go, Sabir and Hassan. Next week.
With a mystery, Do It Live. Excellent.
Hey, I love it.
We want to be at Do It Live next week because we don't know what they're going to talk about. All right.
There you go. Mystery can be enchanting.
Can we practice saying your name correctly? You said it was more nasally than the last time I said it. So is it Sabir? Make it.
Yeah, that's all right.
It's a practice.
It's all right. You're supposed to roll the R in the end a little bit, but otherwise it's all right.
Sabir.
Yeah, we don't roll our R's here in America. We don't do that very well.
That's
you know why? You know why you guys don't roll? Because in American
we don't
English,
practice. We don't practice
No,
that.
that's not why. Because in English, like when you speak other languages, you pronounce every letter, but in English, you have to pretend you have some potatoes in your mouth and then pronounce it. So when you have potatoes in your mouth, you can never pronounce an R because it never will work.
Because the
But
potatoes will fly
whenever-
out of your mouth, and that's disgusting. Who wants to do
That's
that?
right. But whenever I
Ew.
worked with an immigrant who couldn't get the accent right, I'm like, just pretend you have potatoes in your mouth. And that totally works. So for anybody learning English, potatoes is the way, like mashed potatoes, like a small bite of mashed potato right in the center. And then you're not quite touching the tongue to the top of your mouth. Versus if I speak with a Polish or a Russian accent, I will be pronouncing every word very detailedly.
Really? Yes. Yeah, I think the problem is that the majority of Americans are monolinguals, and the majority of people worldwide are multilingual. There are very few people in the world that speak only one language, but it's the Anglophones only speak one language, and they have a real hard time learning foreign languages.
I don't think it's just Americans, except for some parts of Canada.
Anglophones, the Anglophones, all of the Anglophones.
Yeah.
I mean,
anyone who
they-
speaks English, they don't speak anything else, with the exception of some parts of Canada where they're the French Canadian area. But otherwise, yeah, no.
I mean, you'll hardly find an Indian person that speaks only one language. You won't find an African speaking only one language. They all speak several languages, and yeah.
Did you say English?
But I mean, you speak Spanish.
Anglophones.
Anglophone, yeah, Anglophone.
Anglophone.
Anglophone. Francophones and Lusophones. Lusophones are the Portuguese.
What is the
colonizers.
etymology of that word, Anglophone? Phono meaning sound.
It's
Anglo
Anglia.
meaning
Yeah,
Anglo
yeah.
meaning English
Sound.
sounding people, English speaking people.
It's from the word Anglia,
Exactly.
which is England. Anglia in other
Terminology
languages.
is, yeah, the term is Francophone would be the French speaking world. And the Lusophone would be the Portuguese speaking world.
Okay.
Mozambique.
But see, the
and
thing is,
Brazil.
English speaking people, we know we've learned 3 languages just by learning English. You know, English comes from the French language and Greek and I forget the other one, but there's parts of another one too. But so it's a hodgepodge of all those languages. So we already know 3 languages just by learning the one. So there.
Hilarious.
I think the third one's German.
Yeah, there's some German in there too. Yeah, that's right.
There's
Thank
a
you for
lot
that.
of German words that like are just English words, you know, like
Yeah.
Schulen and things like that. Like it's pretty interesting. Latin, French, and German, I think.
There's some Latin. Yeah, there's some Latin and there's some Greek. Yeah. Like octopus, you know, what's the plural of octopus? It's actually no, not Greek. But it's not octopi, it's octopodes. But whatever that origin of that word comes from.
I think a lot of the reason why Americans are, you know, only speaking English is probably because of all the different languages that exist in Europe and how easily accessible, in air quotes, easily accessible those countries are to one another versus being an ocean apart from that multilingual type of continent. But Canada to the north, they're primarily English. And, you know, Central America, that's a whole different language. South America, a whole different
Mexico
language.
to the south, they speak Spanish, but Americans are, yeah.
Largely isolated, I guess.
Yeah.
A lot of Americans speak English.
What?
I said a lot of Americans really don't even speak English.
Yeah, they don't.
There's a lot of people
We speak
are here and live
American.
here that do not really speak English. That's their second language, not their first language. It's, you know.
Oh, I get what you mean. Right.
Like
Yeah.
English.
Like both of my parents, they're both both of them are non-native English speakers. That English is their second language. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, be it as it may, it seems to be very hard for people. I met several English-speaking people that tried to learn Arabic, for example, and they really have a hard time getting the sounds, and because there's just yeah, it's hard for them.
Does it sound like we talk slow? Because I feel like when I listen to other people and then I listen to that speak other languages besides English, and then I listen to English, I feel like we talk slow.
I think that's regional, Hannah.
It's
I think
because
that's
of
a
the
regional.
potatoes. It's because of the
Yeah.
potatoes.
Just go to New York City. I don't think anybody talks slow in New York City. I don't think, but that's my opinion. In LA, I think they talk pretty fast in LA. So yeah, I think it's a regional thing. Depends on where you go.
A lot of
just like
people up
watching,
in
like,
New England
news,
speak
like-
pretty quickly as well.
Yeah, but just like English speaking movies or
Hmm.
news broadcasts, or, it seems like it's just, that's why I was asking the non-English, like first language people in the room. So no, we don't sound like we talk slow, or we do?
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
Okay.
So I read some, like, I'm really into languages, and apparently people change personalities and the way they interact with the world depending on the language they speak. And English is a slower language, and Spanish is like a faster language, and Polish is like a faster language, and French would be like a medium language, or German would be like medium languages. Just by nature, and it does depend on the location and whatever, but apparently there's like a personality that comes with a language. When you speak a different language, you feel like a different person.
Now that you mention it, I've heard, single words in different languages that would take a whole sentence in English to say. Like the translation into English is like a whole sentence, and it's like one word in German or one word in Spanish. It's like 3 or 4 words in English.
Like vamonos. Yeah, that's one word in Spanish, and it means we go now, let's get going, or that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so interesting. Remember when I was taking your face reading class, we talked about how I have a friend who had a stroke, who is he speaks German as his first language, and then also English, French, Spanish, I don't even know, multiple. He's in his 80s, he had a stroke, and he speaks English still, but he really is primarily German. So his wife's having to relearn German because he keeps speaking in German even when he's trying to speak in English. And since you said like the whole personality thing, I can't wait to talk to her about that, because it makes me wonder if that's why he feels very different too, is he's expressing himself in a different language. And so he's like, it's a different facet of himself than he's used to expressing.
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, there's all sorts of interesting things.
I also, a part of that is if he's losing the other languages that he learned. I heard, I don't know if this is true, a long time ago, that you learn the whatever your first language is, that's the one that's the last one. You'll lose everything but the first one that you learn. So he might be falling back to that one.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I'm going outside. Let's see if I can.
Now, for you guys that had to learn how to speak English as like a second language or whatever, was it difficult?
Yeah,
English is easy.
Yeah,
very
I've heard that
easy
from many coworkers that their native tongue is like Spanish or French, and they're like, this English thing is just. But I was interested in,
English was more difficult to learn than Spanish, but a lot less difficult to learn than French. Because French is just, the writing and the pronunciation don't match in French. Like they say that they don't match in English, but in English it's like a pattern and you can actually learn it. On French, for me, it's still a complete mystery. And because of that, I can read French, but I cannot say it, and nobody will ever understand me if I try. Like I don't even know how to say it, honestly. Like I can read a word, I can know what it said, what it means, but I would not be able to tell you how to pronounce it, because apparently the French monks were getting paid by the letter and they were sticking extra letters in words in order to make them longer. I heard this is like an actual real story from the French people.
Wow.
So, you know, and then Académie Française, I believe its job, and the Academia de Lingua Latina, their jobs, it seems like, was to like pull the languages apart. So whereas 500 years ago, the Spanish, French, Polish, whatever, they were kind of a lot closer together. I think all of these interferences from these places that say, oh no, you know, that's how village people speak. You have to speak like a higher class person. So you have to pronounce it like this. All of that over the last 500 years has been to pull languages apart. That's my observation, speaking a few of them. And the other thing is like where people left the language, like say, you know, how people left France and they went to Quebec, right? So those people that left, they want to preserve their culture and they want to remember how grandma did it. So they try to keep their language the way it used to be, with like maybe adding English words to it, but the actual French parts of it are really original. Versus the people in France speak very different French because their French continued to grow and develop. But some of that development, I believe, was from Académie Française and pushing for the specific pronunciation, specific spelling, specific this and that. And then the same in Spain and all that.
Oh, so that's why like the French, you know, the Quebec guys. I have a friend who lives in Quebec. He's a French speaking Quebecian, I guess I don't know how to, but then I have another friend who is like lives in France, and they'll be talking to one another and he'll be like, wait, what? Like the guy from Quebec will be like, wait, what? That's not how we say it in Quebec. You got to help me out here.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly. Because the actual Quebec French is probably closer to the original French, just like Mexican Spanish is probably closer to the original Spanish. But the weird thing about Spanish is like at the beginning, because I'm used to thinking and speaking in English for many, many years. So at the beginning, when I came here, I was trying to translate the Spanish into English and I was having a lot of trouble. And then I came with a brilliant idea that I'm going to put my translator from Spanish to Polish instead. And suddenly all the words made sense. And it was like a light bulb turned on and I could learn it super fast when I compared it to Polish, because the endings were regular and they matched. And you know what I mean? The sexes sometimes match. And it's just so much easier. And all the like, the endings where they go pequeño, pequito, whatever, making smaller and cuter, all that exists in Polish, so you can directly translate it into an actual word without making 3-word explanations, which makes it super easy to learn Spanish. Therefore, my Spanish is a lot better now than my English was at the same time, like 3 years into it, despite the fact that I'm not actually in school or at work in Spanish.
So if we want to learn Spanish, we should learn Polish first.
No, if you want to learn Polish, learn Spanish.
Oh, okay, now it makes sense. All right.
Polish is not easy. I don't know. They say Polish is hard.
Is that your native tongue? Is that your first language?
Yeah.
Cool.
Hey, Hassan.
Hey, Hassan.
So, you going to tell us what your topic for next week is? Saber isn't letting us know.
He's right. We haven't decided yet, but I have many ideas for the next week. It's about Christmas, you know, so we
right. You haven't decided yet. Got it.
Nice.
I have a piece about ethical sales also. I want to discuss with the group. we're gonna discuss some activities and autonomy and promote some people who are here. So I don't know if I can get the techniques and like today, Doc Ock had oaked the stage today. But we're gonna do some show.
I hope you enjoyed it.
We
Yeah,
enjoyed
that's
it,
fantastic.
but we're not
So
going to add.
So, I mean, I like what you're saying about what you're preparing to present. I think it'll be really interesting. I think it's something that needs to be looked at. You're going to be talking about the origins of Christmas and that type of thing.
Yeah, of course. But I have to prepare the material, you know. The more you look into it, the bigger it gets.
Yeah. Oh, yes. So
there is the mushroom aspect of the Christmas of the Santa Claus, the red and white. There is Nikolaus from Orthodox traditions. There's the traditions in Eskimo traditions, and there is the church when it was prohibited. It was not allowed to celebrate Christmas, but later became a holy thing. There is the sun aspect of it, the pagan aspect, where the sun dies and resurrected after 3 days. So there's many facets to this subject.
Yeah, it could take a really deep look, or you could just pick and choose the angles you want to look at as well. If there's a lot to it and a lot of angles, you don't have to cover them all necessarily.
That's my problem, you know. When I look to something, I get into the weeds very quickly.
Well, that's a good thing, though. That's a good thing. You get the best information that way. You're relentlessly pursuing the facts and the truth, right?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, the astrotheology part of it is pretty interesting with the solstice, and that was when I first heard that, I was like, whoa, that really made my ears perk up. Like, man, that actually, it makes sense. And then the Amanita muscaria mushroom being taken and dried out in a sock above a fire. And then I was like, wow, that makes even more sense. Holy crap. Like the reindeer and all the interesting little factoids that go along with some of the more accurate versions of where this thing called Christmas comes from.
Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with the birth of Christ. I really don't think that.
Very little evidence.
Aggregation of many traditions into this ceremony.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's a lot of traditions sort of mashed into one, basically.
I mean, isn't that kind of like isn't that kind of like the thing that the Catholic Church did, was they would just say, hey, bend the knee to the Catholic Church and you can keep a couple of your traditions, and then we'll move on to the next the next area or whatever. That's kind of how they got the Scots and the Irish on their side, as far as I can remember.
So I have another theory about it, that when a new religion comes, it does not dissolve every tradition. It does not come 100%. It comes to an ecology of practices and ecology of traditions, and it make a balance after a while. So you have many versions of Christianity. you know, in the South America, they have San Pedro, which is their cactus, the ceremony beverage. And San Pedro who spoke to the god, so they made it as a metaphor. They used the concept of San Pedro and they call it on their tradition. But we're gonna talk about it next week, hopefully.
It was exciting.
Yeah, I think
Now,
it's-
is it next Saturday or is it 2 Saturdays? You're gonna do it live next Saturday?
Yeah, supposedly.
Okay.
Next Saturday, yeah.
Cool.
Make sure you tell Richard because he's totally into all that mushroom stuff.
Yeah, it sounds really interesting. My ears
So
are
what do you
perked up.
think, Sabir? What you have for us?
Sorry, who are you talking to?
Who are you talking to?
So Sabir, what do you think? What do you have for us next week? Still a surprise?
Yeah, it's Christmas, surprise.
Okay. Santa Claus confirmed. Will we get a
It's
lump
gonna
of coal?
be the after party. It's gonna be the Friday night party, the Friday night Christmas party. This is gonna be the after party the next day. Everyone's gonna be hungover and they're all gonna be dragging in and you're gonna be all talking about what happened the night before. There you go.
But during our Christmas party, these guys are going to be sleeping, and then they're going to go all fresh faced and bushy tails, and they're going to do it live
Yeah.
while we're all like, "What?"
I just wanted to say you guys did a fantastic job. It was very entertaining, and I was just like really just laughing at the white wine wolf spritzer.
Yeah,
That was hilarious, dude. That
Oh
was
my-
like seriously funny.
It's so much fun, man. It was
Dude, I don't know what was funnier, like the character's name or the delivery. Like you were just so into it, and it was just like, dude, you like committed to it, and it was just so awesome. Just the commitment, and you got the thing up to your ear, and you're like, "Oh, here's Al Gore."
yeah, it's my little prop for it's
Global
a
warming is because of
broken,
Rudolph's nose.
Yeah, yeah. It's a broken Xbox headset. That's my prop.
Oh, that was
for white wine, like he's producer or something, giving him the information, right?
Why? What made you think of calling him White Wine Wolf?
Okay, man. So it's a take on obviously Wolf Blitzer, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, and I didn't make it up. It's from I'll say a less reputable person and who's a truther. I'll leave it at that.
Uh-oh.
I mean, I'll tell you in private chat sometime or something, whatever.
All right.
But yeah, that's the terrible thing is, I don't know if it's terrible, but they know pretty much everything we know. They know what's going on, but they wrap it in this crazy, I'll just say Kanye West type craziness.
Oh, those the truthers, the thing that you're all right.
Yeah. But one thing I took away was this: he talks about Wolf Blitzer, and he called him White Wine Wolf Spritzer, and that's where I took it from.
That's good.
Name kills me, dude. The name reminds me of a friend of mine from like a long time ago who had a really bad drinking problem, and it's not so funny, but it's just the drinking problem's not funny. It's just he really liked white wine spritzers. It's like he would drink cooking wine at work all day.
White Wine Wolf Spritzer. Yeah, it's just the name is just hilarious,
I loved it, man. That was awesome. You guys were like the dynamic duo today. It was fantastic to see the level of quality that you guys were producing. It was great.
And even though I had you know, I performed the skit and everything, and I knew Shanna was going to put the graphics on.
Yeah.
So I was wondering how it was going to come out. I didn't know. And then I saw like the Santa being arrested and Rudolph drunk and the dancing girls of the North Pole. I mean, I cried laughing because it was just, I'm telling you, that one, that was knocked out of the park, man. I mean, that was something else. That was, I mean, the thing is now we got to top it.
Well, yeah,
That's the-
you guys definitely set a good example. That was awesome. Set the bar pretty high.
Yeah,
You know?
and that the Al Gore, I mean, that's just comedy anyway. You don't even need to wrap that in the white wine wolf spritzer. That's just wow, this guy needs help.
Yeah.
And Shanna looks super cute in her pink sweater and her pink tiara or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I thought it was super cute.
Yeah, she's got these dancing snowmen she wears on her head too.
They broke off.
No.
Yeah.
Oh my
I'll have to fix them
golly.
before next week.
Yeah, those
That's
things are like,
hilarious because on Monday I'm wearing my big Mexican tiara and it also broke into 3 pieces and I have to fix it before Monday.
We have to fix our tiaras.
so
Doc, you did a
Monday
great job with
night-
those interviews too, man.
Oh.
That was really
Yeah.
cool. That was inspiring, dude.
Thank you very much for the kind words. You were on my list of people who I was wanted to get a hold of as well, but I mean, I had those, and obviously I had plenty of content. I didn't realize it, how much I had. But anyway, I'll be reaching out to more people if there's a future do live in the future for me.
Yeah, you can get me next time, man. You did
Yeah,
that. That's
yeah.
great. You called it, man. You didn't oversaturate it. You know, it is, I think, very easy to do something like that. And you guys seem like you had it on lockdown. Like it's 2021.
Ooh, yeah.
That's a little bad joke.
I'm drinking special eggnog, so cheers to all of you.
Oh, beer nog.
Cheers.
Cheers to you, Hannah.
If I had a seltzer water, I'd give you the old digital clink.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay. Is this wine spritzer? White wine?
The eggnog.
Or is it the
No,
beer nog?
the Mackenzies would make that the special beer nog. So
Yeah, there we go. Beer nog. Hannah. Chugging on the
No
beer nog.
No beer in my nog. I just, vodka and eggnog makes more sense to me.
Ah, yeah.
That or a nice whiskey.
Nice. So we can't wait for Monday night where we present Every Which Way But Loose.
Hey, you guys, I edited my landing page and I added a syllabus to my thingy. Do you want to take a look and see if you like it or if there's any weird errors that I didn't see?
Oh, you want
Yeah.
us to check your copyright?
Yeah,
Okay. I can share it.
it's in
Or-
the chat.
Or yeah. So
Put it in the chat.
Nice.
Oh, I see. You have the chat locked. I see how
Mm,
you are.
yeah,
how-
yeah. Where did that go?
Communist. That one right there, you have on the screen in the season class chat. That's the last link I shared there.
Mhm. I had it opened up. No, that's not it. I had it open somewhere. I was. Oh, here it is. Here it is.
But I made changes. You might have to refresh. Refresh.
Okay. Okay.
It's
So
weird how my logo flashes big like that when I refresh. I don't know why it does that.
So this is Own Your Body Language. We've got that lovely graphic there, and we have our
I like
buttons.
that. Mhm.
LinkedIn, YouTube. Wow, follow on you. There you go. Content, linking to content. Facebook. Cafe Rustico Live. What's Cafe Rustico?
Cafe Rustico is not a cafe, it's an experience.
Oh, wow. It's like out of body?
No, not quite. I'm not Ryan. No, although, you know, I have partaken, but no, Cafe Rustico is something that we started about 4 years ago in Acapulco, where there was no good coffee, so we started offering coffee for sale, and then now we've had Cafe Rustico at Mariposa, at Acapulco. We're going to have Cafe Rustico at the Porto Festival, and in our own hacienda. I mean, it's Cafe Rustico that feeds people every day. So, you know, wherever we are, Cafe Rustico is essentially. So it's going to be in Acapulco for 2 months, January 5th to March 5th. But right now it's in the hacienda, in the autonomy hacienda.
And I see, yep, Acapulco.
But I wanted you guys to check out my landing page for my herbal remedies class next week. I'm selfish in this request.
Not at all. We like promoting everybody.
Yes.
So what I added this time is the detailed syllabus. And I don't know how to make it click, but scroll down. I don't know how
down,
to make it
keep
click.
going.
Yeah, more.
It very well on the screen. Agnieszka, you should message Billy.
What are you
Message
using for a
who?
builder?
Divi. I don't know how to find the link to the other row instead of the link to the other page. I can ask my tech guy to fix it. But yeah, so that's what I'm gonna cover in 1 hour. I don't know if I'm like biting more than I can chew here, but because the second hour is supposed to be Q&A and explanation.
Garlic sandwiches and soups. This sounds like mega health.
Well, this is your winter arsenal for 2024. Defense against any kind of invaders, dry skin, indigestion, or colds and flu.
Oh, you don't need that. Just go to the doctor and get juiced.
That's going to make it worse.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. No, this is the way to go here. 100%. Well, I like the layout and it's so easy to read and everything.
Nice.
It's not like crowded or anything.
I agree. It's very,
Yeah.
it's very, I don't want to say simple, but it's like humble. It's very easy on the eyes, and I like that.
Thanks, James.
For some reason, I can now see. Oh, now it's blurry.
Okay.
Darn it! It was clear for a second.
It's yours,
Yeah,
Zoom.
I just changed the scroll. I was going to go down and look at part 2. You're still trying to get it in there, Hannah?
It's all right. It's blurry. It was like all clear for a second, and then it got blurry again.
Yeah, I scrolled. So we'll just go to the next
No
part.
worries.
Part
No
2.
worries. Yeah, you're good.
Throwing up. Erwin, is Ravenous throwing up? Is Ravenous throwing up behind you?
False alarm, I think.
What's he doing?
Gagging?
Sorry, guys. I didn't
2-hour
want him to
training
throw up
for
on the bed.
remedies for common winter complaints. Skin issues. Skincare. Skincare digestive support with vegetables. Outside skincare. Herbal oil infusions. Roll of colloidal silver. Yeah, colloidal silver is a good thing to have. Digestive issues from holiday celebrations. Charcoal for digestive recovery. Supporting your emotional well-being. Creating your own inhalations with essential oils. Do-it-yourself infusions and tinctures. still there, Agnieszka?
Yes. And the dog did not throw up on the bed.
Okay, good. That's always a win.
Yes. It made me very happy.
That's always a win. Yeah. Yeah, this looks really well done.
Thank you.
About 2 of those for $23 American.
Nice.
Yeah, seems like a nice. What's the other options? Oh,
The
and
pricing
replay.
structure was something that Leah advised me on doing it this
Okay.
way, and I'm testing out her idea directly.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah.
But I'm gonna make
And
the manual
so
match the aesthetic of the
So-
website.
Right. So presumably the full color manual is like a PDF you can download and print or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What do you use for editing PDF? Do you have a free
Photoshop
thing?
and Adobe. I have Adobe too.
Okay.
But usually, I think I would just put it into Word because I'm an old-fashioned worker and I used to be certified like expert in Word, and so it's super easy for me to do it in Word. I know all its weird quirks.
And that's the teacher. Help you dig up your inner light from the muck of external programming.
You like that?
Yeah.
You want to use that first paragraph there to like kind of assert maybe more of a promise rather than saying what you do, saying what you will do. Like, my name is Agnieszka and I will help you dig up your inner light, so on and so forth. Or
Yeah, and I'm wondering about the last 4 words, if they're really necessary as well. What do you guys think?
the last 4 words, like all the way deep
That
within
no
you, or
longer
the last
serves
4
you.
words of the first paragraph?
The first sentence. Like, would it be no? I think I agree. I will help you dig up your inner light from the muck of external programming, and that should be the end of it, I think.
I think that kind of feels right. Yeah. Yeah.
Let me change it. Luna, not right now. I'm trying to do something.
Yeah, sometimes less is more. I think you're onto something there. Deleting those last words there.
That used to be my like favorite sentence that no longer serves you in a lot of talks and stuff like a long time ago, but refresh.
Refresh? Refresh, you say?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Let me press again.
Batman? Batman, you say? Coming to
Okay,
save
try
you.
now.
Okay. Here we go. Wow.
See, it fits in 2
Real
lines.
time editing on the Do It Live after show.
Yeah, so now I have to make the 2 manuals that match the syllabuses, and then I'll be ready for Wednesday.
So you got a busy time coming up? Or how long do you think it'll take?
I mean, I'm pretty much most of the way there because I have the syllabuses that I made. They're actually a little more extensive than you see there. There's like sub points and stuff. So translating that into a manual just means like a graphic design and like expanding on the points. I have to keep remembering that it's only an hour, so I can't put like enough content for a book in there because it's going to be a little bit over the top, especially for $47 for 2 of those things. So I have to keep myself in line. So it shouldn't be too long. Maybe another afternoon. Maybe tonight. Probably not.
And definitely not Monday night.
But so I before I did this, before I started doing this website and this like teaching all that, right? I spent 14 years preparing myself for it, like learning how to do websites, learning how to edit graphics, learning how to do layout and writing and perfecting all those skills. So now I don't actually need anybody else to help me like with the graphic stuff. I actually took 14 years to get from where I wanted to be here to now and to get the experience so that I can like stand up and do it and it looks easy, right? But I've been preparing for this for a really long time.
Well, it's bearing fruit, I think. All that
I do have one
experience and
tech
learning.
guy. Yeah.
I really do like the presentation of your website there. Very very simple, very easy on the eyes. Like it's just like you don't get distracted by like weird graphics all over the place, no sidebars, things like that. It's just here's what you want, here's what you need to learn, here's what you need to know about Agnieszka, and it's great.
Nice, thank you, James.
Yeah. Question now. What did you guys think of the clip of the sales lesson from The Goods, where he was on the plane and he sold them on being able to spark up a cigarette?
I like that a lot more than the Liberace one.
Oh, Liberace that had me crying laughing. I'm sorry it didn't tickle your funny bone the same way. Nothing like seeing Liberace getting whipped.
I think that's like a American humor thing again. But
Well,
not like, it's not a bad thing. It's just like a different thing.
Well, it's from a different time too. This is like 1982 or so. Thereabouts. 83, 84. So it's a different time. Liberace is long gone, right? Orson Welles is long gone. Now, I thought that bit was hilarious, even though I didn't know the context of the Orson Welles thing. It just seemed like a Hollywood celebrity, just sort of being overbearing, overreaching on everything, spoiled. But there's a context to that. But Stefano played it for me. He was like loaded drunk filming a commercial. That's where that skit came from. I didn't know that. So there was a context to the Orson Welles, John Candy doing the Orson Welles bit.
Isn't that also his thing of all the French with the wine?
Yeah. Yeah. And and like he ended the thing by walking off with food off the set, grabbed the food off the table, walked off the set. John Candy grabbed the turkey or the chicken or whatever it was, walked off with it. Right.
Yeah, that airplane that airplane scene was just like ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of unethical sales in that movie too, because they're a traveling band of used car salesmen, right? They're like a team that goes around helping clear car lots all over the country. They travel and clear car lots for troubled dealers or whatever, right? So there's all kinds of crazy unethical stuff. But I thought that scene was interesting because he brought her and the crowd around to get what he wanted.
Yeah, that's what I thought the whole time. I'm like, this guy is just playing he's just after what he wants.
Right.
He doesn't give a shit about what these other people want or don't want. So he's just riling them up, get them on his side.
Yeah. But I mean, well, he didn't put them down. He didn't put her down. So it's something to think about next time as someone is screaming at you to put your mask on or whatever, you know.
Well, and he did it by asking questions, right? He didn't start talking at her. He asked her a question.
Right.
And then she went, "Wait a minute, I don't know. And then he answered it. And then he asked another question, right? So it's that kind of engagement.
Right.
I mean, it's fiction, it's made up, but still,
it is totally.
There's
but I think there's something to take away from that for certain
Yeah.
situations that are going to be popping up again pretty soon, or most likely, anyway, we don't know the future, but it does seem like it's going to come around again. It certainly seems that way.
I never thought it was going to happen in the first time it happened.
Yeah, couldn't believe it. How easy it happened, huh? Could not believe it. It was astounding.
Like the blink of an eye. Next thing you know.
Yeah.
Like, whoa. I couldn't believe how fast it all went down.
Astounding, yeah. Astounding how quick it all fell apart.
What almost surprises me more is how people are still wearing masks and all of that jazz. It's
Oh
like,
yeah. Yeah. Not too many around here, but every now and then, like I'll see somebody driving around with a mask on, or someone come in a restaurant or something, and the couple is masked up or whatever, and I'll message a friend, say, "Oh, some lunatic just walked in with a mask on."
but I just go, well, if that's what they want to do, all right.
No problem. I
Yeah.
would never try to stop somebody who wants to wear a mask. Never would I ever do that. Or if you want to take experimental medication, that is your decision.
That was the deciding line for myself as well.
Yeah.
Like, all right, okay, it's still my choice. Let me continue to think about it. The second I heard rumors about it becoming something that could be mandatory, I was like, not a chance in the world. Like, on that point, on principle alone, you're not allowed to tell me I have to do that. So even if it's going to save my life, no, you're not allowed to do that.
Yeah,
and it's not gonna, I know it's not going to save. I'm not trying to say like I think it could, you know.
We knew. We know it does. It doesn't. It pretty much doesn't do anything, and seems to have a lot of ill effects potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, you know, the numbers are fluffed. I mean, we got to be careful because they're fluffed on both sides actually, or they're in danger of it. You know, so anytime there's numbers, we really need to carefully consider, you know, what's going on, who's pushing it, and sometimes there's just this stuff gets pushed out, and sometimes people don't stop and check or find out what the facts are. Sometimes, like I've been hearing some pretty wild numbers lately. I don't know if you've heard these same numbers, like 17 million dead.
Wow.
Like that's a pretty wild number, and no, I never dug into it to see, you know, what might be exaggerated or yeah, and I'm not talking COVID deaths. I'm talking people who got juiced. Right?
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's like how we know the numbers got fluffed with the alleged people who got the coof and supposedly got killed by it.
Right. Dying with it or dying because of it. Right.
Right. People with car accidents and motorcycle accidents and stuff. And,
right.
And then, he had COVID. Okay, it's COVID death. Right.
Hospitalized with it or hospitalized because of it.
Right.
I broke my arm. They tested me. I tested positive.
Yeah.
I'm a COVID hospitalization now.
Yeah.
Like, okay. That's not how that works.
Stubbed my toe. That's COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My wife pushed me down a flight of stairs with COVID.
Yeah. Yeah.
What about somebody dying from old age?
Right. Oh no, it's not. That doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah,
it's COVID.
Yeah. Yeah. So the comorbidities don't seem to factor in for a certain group of people looking at certain things. It's like they won't kind of consider all the information.
Yeah. People like, I mean, obviously, you know, Richard Grove and James Evan Pilato, James Corbett, people of this, you know, people like that were a huge influence on me. The information I was getting from them versus like everything else. It's like, okay, You get the one side of the coin over here, and then you come over and listen to like Rich and Pilato and Corbett, and you get the complete other side. Really helped out big time in the finding information type of thing, you know. Like, I had never really even tried to look around, do any sort of research like that before, and wouldn't have even known how to start.
Yeah, it's real easy to get led the wrong way with a lot of what's out there. So that's why, you know, James Corbett and Richard, and the work they do, it's so important to be careful what you're consuming. And I keep hearing lately it's verify then trust, because remember with Alex Jones used to be, oh, trust but then verify. That's what Alex used to say. Trust then verify.
I mean, it's so great because these guys, you can try, like, they provide all their sources, links, and all that kind of stuff, you know, in their broadcast and their publications. It's very easy to verify that way, or at least to begin the verification process. It's extremely easy to do.
Right.
You know, ever since, I think it was like, oh man, Corbett said something, and then Pilato always like, everything we say and play, you know, that's kind of one of his you know, those lines that he says all the time. It really got me thinking, like, oh, I should, if I'm going to be doing any sort of content, I gotta put some links in there. I gotta provide some sources, get some, you know, back up what I say.
And stuff can be hard to find. I mean, I found that researching for Movie Night Madness, how difficult it can be to find certain information. Like Cheryl Atkinson and the article that she had for CBS about the swine flu from 2009. She did an investigation and found that there were hardly any cases, if any, that were being hysterically reported by the mainstream media. She did actual reporting, and they wouldn't publish her story on the nighttime news or whatever. Like, they did publish her article on the website, but they shot down the video production of it. So it's like it's a mainstream. To me, it's a very important story because it's mainstream press. There were still some who would actually do their job and check the 5 Ws and all that. The Cheryl Atkinson report is very important. And what I found was her report is still there on the CBS website, but you can't directly get to it on a search, or I couldn't. I had to go through roundabout ways. I think ultimately it was going through Cheryl Atkins' website and clicking on a number of different links till finally I got that article, which is still there on the CBS website. It's just hidden. Like, if you click on like the different reporters, they still have material for Cheryl Atkinson. And if you click on her, you can still get some of her stories there, but it's not accessible through that. It is hidden.
Have you saved these taken them, you know, screenshots, or saved as a PDF, for instance?
No, I didn't. I did bookmark the CBS thing because, so, you know, a lot of people hang their hat on, okay, it's, you know, the mainstream, so that's it. That's the ultimate truth or whatever. So I did bookmark it. I didn't do all those things because, yeah, everything needs to be screenshotted. HTML needs to be backed up. All this stuff needs to happen. So one of those things I'm thinking somebody's working on that, right?
If you go to print page, you can change it to save as PDF.
Right.
And you can save the whole page as a PDF.
Yeah. So there you
awesome.
go. Pro tip right there, folks. That's beautiful.
That actually saved my ass last year. Halloween, the Atlantic published this article about we need pandemic amnesty. And
Oh, yeah.
remember that?
Yeah.
And then below it, it said we need to forgive each other for what we did and said during the pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I was reading that. I was doing some research for an upcoming broadcast. I saved that as a PDF. Then when it came time to actually do the podcast, it was about a few weeks later. I think I did like multiple shows about it, mentioned it a few times. But then a few weeks down the road, we were doing this roundtable. The subject of the article came up. One of the people that was on the show pulled up the article, screen shared it right off the website, and they changed the subtitle. They changed the tagline or whatever. It still says we need pandemic amnesty, and then it's like this one line underneath it about it used to say, "Oh, we need to forgive each other," and then they changed it. I forget what they changed it to. But I was like, that's not right. That's not what it said. So it's like a memory hole in real time. Like, it's like a scrubbing. It's like there's no integrity to digital media like that.
Right.
When it's, they don't need any of that. They can just change it whenever they want. It's like,
And in some cases, paid content gets stripped away, as we saw covered on New World Next Week there last week. Sony removing digital content that people paid for on their PlayStation Store or whatever. And I don't know, did they even offer any, refund or anything?
Nope.
I don't know.
At least according to Whitney Webb, they didn't even attempt to do like, here's store credit for the equivalent that you had. They just sort of like, here's to doing it.
Yeah.
So whose fault is it really? So like, who's really the one to blame? Is it really Sony? Is it really the people who put up with it? And I blame the people.
Yeah,
It's their
you
own
figured,
fault.
hey, yeah, this is like a line in the sand or something. Like you crossed a line here with this.
Well, that's what they attempted to do. As much as people joked about it, that's what they attempted to do with Gamergate. They attempted to use it as like the soft underbelly of here's how we're going to attack the entire journalist system, the entire media system. Is we're going to attack this one thing which nobody cares about to then show, hey, did you know this is also happening everywhere else? As far as I remember, that's what the original intent was when they were trying to show like, hey, there's all these gaming journalists who are colluding.
Yeah.
It's like, well, hey, guess what? This happens everywhere, but nobody cares about gaming, so you could attack it like that.
Yeah, so but in another way too, they exposed the access press, because video game journalism has always been access press, always. And then we look at it and realize, wait, now the mainstream press is all access journalism.
Yeah.
Which lacks integrity.
Yeah.
Just by virtue of the fact of what it is, it lacks integrity. Period.
Yeah. And at least as far as I remember, that's what they were attempting to get to with Gamergate. Attack something really soft and insignificant and then get to the big thing.
I can remember when Gamergate broke. I mean, I didn't understand what the hell was going on. I didn't know what the hell the fuss was. I did not understand what the hell was going on. It took a long time to kind of understand what it was.
Doc, your gain is really low on your mic.
Okay. What about now?
It's a slight improvement.
Okay. Maybe it's just the internet dropping out or something.
Well, you're coming through clear. It's just the volume's low.
Okay. I'll boost it. What about now?
Much better.
Okay.
I did want to say, yeah, your Do It Live was probably the best I've ever seen. I know I've been silent pretty much this entire time, but I did at least want to pop in and say that.
Appreciate that, Ryan.
Brian, the more time that goes by, the more. Oh, sorry, buddy. Go ahead.
But the interview with me reminds me how much I hate my own voice, but that's okay.
You've got a good voice. Don't be afraid of it. And you got a lot of great information, man.
I try.
Yeah, you should be proud of bringing it forward. And I want to get you in a chat sometime about synchronicity. There's something I want to talk to you about.
Sure thing.
That'd be private chat.
No problem. Private chat and non-recorded, I assume.
Yeah. Yeah, not recorded.
Ryan, I was going to say that point you made about, you know, do you blame the company or blame the people? Blaming the people. I'm that right there with you. You know, the more and more time that goes by, the more and more I fully endorse that idea.
Yeah, it's I could go into so much detail on this, but I'm very much of the opinion. I don't even know how to go through and explain the backstory of this, but like I can understand some of the sentiment when people say, well, civilians are part of the government, therefore they're valid targets. I can understand that sentiment, and because you get to this point where when people say, well, it's not my problem, I'm not involved, and then you can look at their actions and how their actions ripple throughout everything else, and it shows they're 100% involved and partially responsible. And so it's something that over a long period of time, I've sort of come to the conclusion that no, there is no innocent person. There is no one not involved. You are, because your actions ripple out. And when people don't take responsibility for that, then, you know, that's their own fault, basically. You know, they're just running away from reality in that regard. And so I am very much of the opinion, it's like you blame the people more than, because the entire system, a hierarchical system, depends 100% on the people at the bottom. They're the ones with all the power. If they just decide one day to walk away, then it's all over. So it's 100, everything happening is their fault directly. And so if they don't own up to that and try to say, oh no, it's these other people, you know, because they have whatever, you know, it's like people say, it's like, oh, they have all the guns. It's like, yes, but you're the one manufacturing the bullets. You could just stop doing that and the whole thing's done. Like a tank doesn't run without fuel and, you know, or spare parts, etc. So like, you know, to use that as either an analogy or literal, it doesn't matter. So it's all on the people at the bottom. You know, it's their direct responsibility, their direct fault. They are the cause of it. So like to me, for example, all the people still on the other side who are still like wearing masks, whatever, I consider them expendable because they've made their choice. There is no excuse for them to still believe what they believe. None. You know, so I see no reason to consider them a person pretty much because their actions are going to constantly negatively affect me and the people I care about. So they're an enemy. Whether they believe that or not is irrelevant.
Yeah, that's kind of the big overarching rule of this place is, you know, we're all co-creating this reality. We're all doing it together and there's really no escape. And every action that you take, and it's not supposed to be scary, but it's like every action you take has an effect. Cause and effect is real. It is the thing that it rules the roost and people don't take it seriously. I fully agree with everything that you just said, Ryan, and I'm happy that you said it because it's really an important thing that needs to be said by more people. I mean, of course, I'm assuming, whether right or wrong to do so, that those of us here in this group right now already agree with what you said, but I mean, it's just refreshing to hear another person say it. Thank you.
No problem. It's one of the biggest reasons why I never try to think of myself as a good person or anything like that. I'm just some random guy with their own self-interest, because the moment I try to put myself on either side or think that that's even a thing, you know, the whole thing falls apart because that's not how it works. You know, like I'm going to have ripple effects, and those are going to have a variety of effects on other people. Some are going to be beneficial for people, some aren't. Some of it's going to come back to me in a beneficial way and some aren't. It's just going to be it's all but chaos, you know? And so I'd rather stay right in the middle and just be like, nope, I'm just some guy doing my own thing. And that's kind of the best I can do, rather than thinking higher or lower of myself. At least that's the idea.
Yeah.
I'm not always able to do that. I don't always find I succeed, but that is the goal.
I always try to boil it back down to intention. Like, what was your intention behind doing the thing that you did? And if you purposefully did something knowing that it would hurt somebody else, then you're a bad person. Accidents happen every day. The things that people do, that unintended consequences and things like that. But, you know, if you're, like I said, if you're intending to hurt people, you're a piece of shit and you should be stopped. But if like you know, if you're intending to do good, okay, good people exist. Good people do bad things. You know, bad people do good things. That's a really tough thing for a lot of anarchists to wrap their heads around. You know, like, I don't necessarily like the police, but every now and again, a police officer will do a really good thing. And it's a really tough crossroads to find yourself at, you know, as a libertarian, as an anarchist. It's tough, but I mean, I don't know. It's an interesting conversation to have.
Only the intentions count, not what comes out of them in the end. That's why I see it.
Intent means a lot. Correct.
The intention is the guiding factor. And if you accidentally do good, but had a bad intention, you're bad.
I think that's how karma is accrued. Through the intention, you know.
Any other thoughts and comments on the Do It Live today? Suggestions?
I'm surprised you guys did. Oh, the one of the biggest ones. I don't know what sound it was you guys chose for the end of the interview things. That weird, like, I don't know what to call it.
It's the crowd cheering.
That was the most horrible sound. I don't know why you guys chose that. I would recommend not using that.
Okay. Okay, I'll change
Like at the end of each one where it goes "Wah," or whatever it was, and I was like, "What is that sound? Why did you choose?" It just was so out of place compared to everything.
It's crowd cheering.
It did not
Yeah, it
sound
could use
like
a
that.
revamp. It could use a big revamp.
Yeah.
That was the one thing where I was like,
well, you know, I did have some questions over it myself, but I said, hey, it's like a cheer at the end. It's almost like kids cheering.
I don't think it sounded like that. It sounded like it was trying to be something Monty Python-esque, but it completely failed. If it went that far, it would have worked.
No, maybe just could have used that the chime I used at the start. Maybe to end it as well. You know, there's that.
Yeah.
But I wanted to have two different noises, one for the start, one for the end.
And it makes sense because then you can tell, right? You can now tell this is the start, this is the end.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But yeah, so that's something that's a valid, you know, that's definitely valid.
And again, that's just me, but it's like it was this one sound that out of everything else you did, it was this one sound that was completely out of place with everything else. And it was just like, I just was like, why this? But overall, the fact that you did any of the bumper stuff like that at all is a major plus. You did all your skits and everything, which, you know, sound like took a long time to do, which I don't blame you for, because, you know, you put in way more effort than I ever would have. I honestly would have been like, it's just do it live. It's just for practice. You know, if I was going to put that amount of effort in, it'd be for my own thing. But that's just how I tend to be.
Yeah,
so it's cool to see someone else put in that amount of effort.
Yeah. Well, it was a lot of fun. That's the thing. Yeah, it was
yeah.
Really big job getting it all together and everything. And not just for me.
And the other thing that I wanted to chime in about that is that it may be, you know, like a new project for Doc. Like this may be the diving board for your own thing that you did, right? Because you got a lot of really good ideas, a lot of really good feedback. You had a ton of collaboration and all this stuff. So who knows what you're going to do with this going forward, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe the revitalization of the Doc Rock radio program.
Yeah, so that's part of it for sure. And I can think of other places to go with a sort of a news magazine format, you know. Like
absolutely.
Maybe like a summarized version of Grand Theft World put into like a half-hour or 1 hour package with like cuts like that, and maybe a tiny bit of exclusive content and people introducing it and that type of thing.
Yeah, you never know because you have, you know, a lot of things that you're passionate about. So it could even be like a clip of your Monday Night Movie Madness that especially as you're editing, you know, it could be a little bit of that, a little like some maybe funny clips that you saw that week, or, you know, who knows what you're going to come up with.
Yeah, like the thing is to just get going, you know, just so I took a lot of inspiration from Richard with this too. It's just get it out there, just do it. And yeah, there could be some rough things around the edges and all that, but we can smooth things out and build it that much better. So if I do another Do It Live in the near future or a couple months or whatever, the next one I expect to be better on these technical concerns.
Yeah, definitely.
To improve. And at the same time, you know, yeah, just make some content and you'll get better at doing it as you go. Like before I started this, my skill level before I started the project and now is I'm so improved right now. Like this has really raised my game and helped me out. And
yeah, I feel like you've gotten so much energy from it, you know, so much excitement, and that it has really gotten your creativity going too. So who knows what you're gonna come up with from here.
Yeah, I've got all kinds of different ideas. Like I was gonna try and come up with this. Been working on this sort of real asshole character for a comedy YouTube channel. Like sort of like a Tony Clifton type character, kind of, sort of.
You got to give us a taste.
I can't right now, but I have been like driving around and sort of trying to develop it and practice it as I'm driving around. And I think Shauna's the only one I've sort of gave a sample to, but it's something that needs some more development. And I think I'm almost ready to start buying stuff for the costume, for the look of this character. And
I like the descriptor of Tony Clifton.
Yeah. You know who that is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I watched Man on the Moon. I wasn't alive when it was actually happening, but yeah.
Yeah, what an asshole, right? But
hilarious.
Yeah.
But
so
yes.
not a straight ripoff of Tony Clifton, but it's like Tony Clifton, it's like Mackenzie Brothers in a way. It's just shooting content really quick. Like they shot almost all their skits in like one shot. Mackenzie Brothers, right? They almost shot all of it in one shot, or at the same time. Not literally one shot, but yeah, they just get topics and they build a 2-minute skit. You know, topic Christmas. Okay, we'll put a beer bottle on the tree and just act foolish for 2 minutes. Or you know, however they came up with it like on the fly, right? Really quick.
Kind of ad-libbed, but at the same time, it was you know, they had a framework to go off of beforehand,
right?
So they could just do it and then go, okay, take two, here we go, get started.
They would just put those. Yeah, they would just craft those and put those in the can really quick, and you know, get a bunch all together.
The best part is both of them gave each other packs of smokes.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's the best. I know.
Here you go, you filthy animal.
I know people have done that in real life. I mean, it's crazy. But there are real life people, at least around here in the Newfoundland, who've done that.
It's hilarious. It's just like there's like a, I don't know. There's like a lighthearted type of scumbaggery around the idea of giving someone a pack of smokes for Christmas. Like, why would you do that?
But that's skeets, you know? That's what they call those guys like that. They call them skeets in Newfoundland. And I guess, you know, I think that's a term that's all over. Okay, John. John's got to sign off. Great production. Thank you, John. Have a wonderful night.
Bye, John.
Bye, John. Good to see you, man.
I'll see ya.
Night, everyone. Man. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
I'm going to sign off as well.
Okay. Yeah. I think I'm getting towards as tired as I am. I'd like to have a good meal now too. I had a banana after the banana skit. That's what I had after the banana thing. Yeah. Banana.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Hannah, for coming in and giving us some cheerleading and feedback and everything. Appreciate it.
Anna.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Shanna's got that it's like a plush sweater on. So what's for supper tonight? Anything good?
I said crackers and cheese. That was my supper.
Taco Bell.
Ew.
Get your diapers on.
I might be making pretzels tomorrow now that I think about
Oh.
it. Actually, no, I can't.
Cool.
No, I can't. Sunday, I can't do it. I have to wait till Monday. I have, it's among my various baking projects is to make pretzels. I haven't done soft pretzels. I haven't made them for quite a while. I post
can't
my
you do it on
various, was that?
Why can't you do it on Sunday?
Because
Too much.
I do family dinner stuff and there's not enough time to do it.
Gotcha.
There's not enough time to get it all ready for that. So yeah. It's unfortunate, but you know, it's on the list. Me and my sister are responsible for Christmas dinner this year, which is nice. So
Nice. What do you
interesting.
like to as your you know, do you dip your pretzels in anything?
I haven't made soft pretzels for like maybe a decade. So I'm just planning on making really basic soft pretzels. But in terms of like dipping in terms of sauce, no idea. I'm just gonna do the standard what's it called? Baking soda wash thing and all of that and just salt them. That's all I'm planning to do. Just something, just get the basic recipe down. As soon as I can do that, then I can start getting fancier.
Cool.
But I mean, I can bake and cook pretty much anything. I just, you know, haven't done everything. I can make my own pizzas and I make my own cinnamon buns and all that stuff. And yeah.
Nice.
My own pasta. I have pictures of that in Autonomy.
Yeah, man. I bet you that's really good.
Yeah, it's the best pasta I've ever had, easily, without a doubt. And I spice it now too. I have my own recipe that works for all the ratios for stuff, so it's not too wet or dry. Yeah, I know someone's giving feedback.
I think Sabir is trying to say something.
Yeah, sorry.
I just saying cheerio. I can't send a message to everybody. It's 2:30 in the morning, yeah, or quarter to 3.
Holy shit.
Yeah, Severe
Going to
is
bed now.
like ferocious. When he likes a show, he checks it out, and he is amazing for attending Movie Night Madness. He is amazing for that because of the time zone difference, and the discussion he contributes is awesome. Yeah, yeah, he's hardcore Movie Night Madness guy. Right.
Cool.
Yeah. So,
Hey guys.
what is this now? To infinity and beyond?
Yeah, I guess we turned on to like talk about food. Talk about my sister got us locally grown turkeys and hams, or at least a turkey and a ham. My sister's gonna brine the turkey apparently.
For how long?
I have no idea. She's handling that. She just told me at one point, it's like, I have a brining bag. We're going to brine the turkey.
All right, cool.
So she's handling that. I might be handling the ham, in which case I have a standard glaze and stuff that I usually make. So, which ironically itself comes from a Christmas ham glaze recipe. So it'll work just fine. Yeah, other than that, it's gonna be stuffing and potatoes and some sort of vegetable, which apparently my sister has decided she's mostly handling. So we'll find out. Normally I do most of the cooking.
Yeah.
I would absolutely love, like, I know that like that's all I really would need to have some friends over here, because it's like just cook some stuff and no one will leave. I know that would be the case. Because I can make nearly anything, and if I can't make it, then I can rather quickly learn. And I can't even like see, you know, I don't have peripheral. I have some tunnel vision. I don't have peripheral vision, you know, and I can still do it. So that kind of amazes some people. But you know, it'd be more impressive if I actually couldn't see completely.
What's your favorite thing to cook?
I don't know if I really have, like, the easiest answer would be cinnamon buns right now. because I've done a lot of them, and obviously they're cinnamon ones, so they're good. They're good. Pizzas are okay because they're pretty complex, or they can be. I realistically like I would need a pizza oven realistically to do them better though. I can't cook them fast enough. They need stupidly high heat to do what I want them to do, and an oven can't do that. But nonetheless, the pasta is pretty good. I have a plan to do chicken paprikash, and other Hungarian things. I've done pierogies and cabbage rolls, and yeah, I have a few things I can do. But in terms of, I don't think there is a singular favorite. I usually, in terms of singular type of food, I usually try to do things that are stews or soups or things where it's all in one.
Nice.
I don't tend to like doing a whole bunch of separate things. I will, but I prefer if I can to have it all in one pot.
Nice.
Okay, well, I'd like to thank everybody for hanging with us all this time. My golly, man, this is like getting into Grand Theft World territory here. Or my old radio show I used to run sometimes like from 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock in the morning type thing. I used to roll really hard on the radio back in the day. Ms. Shanna, thank you so much for everything.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, it's been a wild ride this week.
Yep.
Most enjoyable. I see lots of good things happening. I can see a lot. Thanks so much. And I'm tired now and hungry.
It's probably a good place to be.
Yeah.
Now you can have something good. I mean, I wouldn't recommend Taco Bell. I know you're sort of joking about it, but like,
no, bro. Even if it was here, I wouldn't have it. That's I don't think it's a good way to go. Yeah, I don't think it's a good way to go.
Dude, I
You
had
have
Taco Bell for
sushi?
dinner last night.
No way.
Oh no, I had Jack in the Box monster tacos, which is actually worse.
Did you have to wear diapers? To get through the 6-hour show.
It just depends, really.
Did you have to wear diapers, Mr. Wolf Spritzer?
Depends on how
We
many
don't-
spritzers he's had.
Wolf
We don't
Blitzer's
need that at
known for
CNN. We get
wetting
paid
his
80
pants.
million a year, and we don't worry about stuff like that.
No,
not a
someone else
concern.
will clean that up.
That's right. We just go, right? It's like Dumb and Dumber. Just go, man. Just go. Right? That's what we do at CNN. We just go.
That should be our new motto. We just go.
Yeah. So we're going to we got that Christmas thing now coming up Friday. It's gonna be a lot of fun. And so apparently we're trying to batten down the hatches so CNN can't invade again, but it could happen. If they do invade, we apologize.
yeah, it's good. Don't know what else to say.
I think I'll end the recording there, and I think we can get ready to close things down.
Night,
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah, thanks everybody for
Thank
so
you.
much.
Good night.
Thanks for all the great feedback, and we're learning and growing here. Thanks to all you people. Learning and growing. This week has been like rapid skill advancement for myself.
That's good.
Yeah.
I think you did real good.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Agreed. It was great, guys. Highly enjoyed it. Thank you both.
Thank you, Ashley.
Absolutely. Loved it.
I think we'll be talking again. I got a funny feeling.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I've been mulling things over today too, so we definitely got to talk again.
All right. Okay,
Alrighty.
so yeah. So there's and anybody else wants to reach out for anything? You got some people here eager to learn, looking for referrals, and testimonials and that type of stuff?
Sounds good. Have a good one, okay?
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for the feedback.
Thank you.
See
Bye.
y'all. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.